5th, 2022, closed session, city council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website through Zoom teleconference. City clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Myers absent. Mayor Lilienthal.
Here.
All members are present with the exception of Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we excuse Mayor Pro Tem Myers.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa to excuse absence of Mayor Pro Tem Meyer. Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the agenda. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Limit your comments to 3 minutes. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to an individual council member. City clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no registered public comment at this time.
Council will now proceed to closed session. Thank you for joining us.
You there, John? It's Chris Thomas. Can you hear me okay? I cannot hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Good deal. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to call the January 25th, 2020 regular city council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website by Zoom and Zoom teleconference. And I would like to remind the council to have their microphones on and positioned so that the audience can hear. City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Krupa, Councilmember Mails,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer is absent. Mayor Lowenthal,
Here.
all members are present with the exception of Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we excuse Mayor Pro Tem Meyer.
Second that.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0 to excuse the absence.
We are now going to move to the invocation done by Erica London from state where you're from.
Boxing for Christ.
Boxing for Christ, sorry.
Is it on?
Followed by Miss Riley Montoya with our Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello. Okay. Father God, we come before you this evening with our hearts filled with hope and healthy expectation of your presence here tonight. We thank you, Lord, for the blessings of life, liberties, and freedom to be who we are as individuals and as a community united. Thank you for the sacrifices of the brave men and women that have answered the call to protect our civil liberties, and bless the people that have dedicated their lives to serving us in this community of ours. Lord, look after our police as they patrol and keep us safe. Be with our firefighters and all other first responders as they dedicate their lives to serving others. Father, we ask that blessings be held over every esteemed member of this city council, and we seek from you a healing of our beloved Carly Meyer. It is your hands, God, that can comfort Carly and her family. It is your love, Lord, that will guide them through this truth and wisdom through this perilous battle she faces. It is your truth that will keep the Meyer family and our community informed and educated through the entire process. And Lord, if it is in your will, hear our cries for your grace. Hear our prayers for your healing hands to cover Carly and restore her health completely so that she can continue her duties here in the beautiful city of Hemet. We lift her up to you. We thank you for what you are about to do in her and through her life before this community that supports her and praises your name. And tonight, Lord, and every night is yours. Lord, we pray for tonight's proceedings to be fair, just, and beneficial to all concerned. But most of all, may all of our actions, thoughts, words, and behaviors be pleasing to you. In gratitude and love, we say humbly these things in the mighty name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please remove any hats and hoods. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will now move to the city attorney's report from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. For items 4A and 4B, the reportable action we have is on item 4B, which is settlement direction was given by a vote of 4-0. Thank you, Mayor.
So moving on to communications, there is a 3-minute per person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items, and all who wish to speak, including council members, need to be recognized by the mayor first. And for those who wished by Zoom, will be asked to raise your hand if you want to speak. Please state your name and the item you are commenting on before speaking. We will take public comment for items listed on the agenda. City Clerk, anything electronic?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we received one e-comment from Julio Flores, and I'll start comment now. Good evening. My name is Julio Flores. I'm a member of Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I strongly believe that the city should require any projects to be built utilizing a local, skilled, and trained workforce. Local hire and skilled and trained workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the city. This is for item 13C, end of comment. Excuse me, Mayor, there's a second part, I apologize. It is also proven that it can boost economic development and mitigate transportation and greenhouse gas impacts by minimizing vehicles, miles traveled. Thank you for your time, end of comment. There are no further e-comments.
We will now take public comment for items not listed on the agenda. Let's start with Sue Savage. Yes. Followed by Pat Gregory.
Good evening. My name is Sue Savage. I am Hemet City Treasurer Mayor, who the citizens of Hemet voted for and elected 1 year ago. The light's red. Already?
Just keep going.
Okay, thanks. Tonight's agenda has a request for a part-time employee working in my treasurer department. Hemet City Treasurer needs help in 3 areas. The areas are first, interest rates, second, changes in California state law, and third, social media. In Area 1, daily interest rate changes provide Hemet citizens the opportunity to earn more or less money on their investments. There are around 30 investment opportunities offered daily. The offerings need tracked to determine who sends them, what is the best opportunity compared to the other opportunities, and do they fit within the investment policy of Hemet. 2, it is important to comply with the laws of California, including new updates which need monitored and incorporated into our Hemet investment policy. 3, the city treasurer's Facebook page is almost non-existent. It is important to update and interact with the city treasurer's social media information, keeping the citizens current. It is recommended this part-time employee be included with the other 6 employees being added this evening. Let's talk a minute about earning money for Hemet citizens. I have sent at least 3 emails to each of you asking to earn Hemet citizens nearly $40,000 in interest. These emails are ignored. So the citizens of Hemet are denied earning the $40,000 in interest. Today, this very day, in our investment bank, nearly $80 million is sitting there earning 0, yes, 0 interest. I verified this with the bank. How can this possibly be? I don't know, but it is. Allowing the treasurer to invest this $8 million would earn the citizens of Hemet $104,000 this year alone, instead of the 0 it is earning now. Hemet citizens are really good people. They're good people. They work hard. They deserve the very best from their city government. It is with great sadness that I stand here meeting after meeting, pointing out the deficiencies regarding the investments of our Hemet. Here's the way I look at it. The treasurer can spend the day preparing speeches and airing the dirty laundry of Hemet, or the treasurer can spend the day figuring out the very best interest rates to earn the most money for the citizens of Hemet. You choose. My name is Sue Savage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sue. After Pat Gregory, Marianne. Okay. Okay.
Talking about is a combination of non-agenda and agenda items. So I don't know how you want to handle that. So I'll just go ahead till you tell me to stop. Good evening, Council, Mayor, City Manager. I would like to comment on several examples of what I perceive to be a lack of transparency on the part of the city, and in some cases, it's obvious misdirection. 2 months ago, I requested through the Freedom of Information Act copies of all the treasurer's reports for last year. I was promptly sent one treasurer's report for the entire previous year. Since I found that hard to believe, I recently contacted the city treasurer through her email that is listed on the city's website and requested copies of all of her reports. She responded and told me to contact the city. So, bottom line, I can find only one treasurer's report that has been prepared all year, and that concerns me. $110 million, and the public has no idea where it sits. 2 months ago, I also requested copies of the treasurer's emails because I wanted to see the types of investment sources that she was contacting. I have yet to receive those emails, and it has been 2 months. I have been given notices of requested extensions, but where are the treasurer's emails that I had requested? Next problem is Measure U. It is my understanding that we have 2 less police officers than we had prior to Measure U. $50 million and less police.
Measure U was presented as a means of putting more boots on the ground. One council member was on the board when that was promised. We now have less police, yet the city has received $50 million of our tax money. Where's it going? Well, tonight's financial documents attached to the agenda do not answer that question. I reviewed the general fund report and noted that the title states it is a report on the general fund, including Measure U. Well, that was a good start, but that title is not accurate. If you actually read the report, only Measure U revenue is isolated. The Measure U expenditures are not. So what does that mean? The $12 million on the report in Measure U expenditures cannot be identified. The public has no idea where that $12 million went. I think it's a little bit of a misdirection to include an isolated revenue without the isolated expenditures for Measure U. To me, this is pretty sneaky. If anyone reads the report, you will see that as of 12/31/21, general revenue expenditures exceed revenues by $3 million. Hemet once again is spending more than it receives. There is also some confusion on this report because the adjusted budget expenditures show an even greater deficit. But wait, if you look at the projected year-end expenditures, any shortage falls on the police department to the tune of $5 million under the original budget. Our police and fire put their lives on the line every day. I voted for Measure U to support them, but the city is ignoring those promises. There is a Measure U oversight committee that is obligated to meet 2 times a year. However, the city manager has not set up the second meeting for the oversight committee. Why is that allowed to happen? Perhaps if this mid-year budget was given to the oversight committee, they could have reviewed the numbers and questioned exactly where Measure U money is going. In summary, number 1, the city of Hemet is not adequately responding to FOA requests. Why not? Number 2, there has been only one treasurer's report for an entire year. Where is our money and where is it being invested? Number 3, why wasn't the Measure U committee provided this mid-year review? I hope someone will answer my questions. Thank you.
Dave Prieto.
I haven't done this in a while. How do I know my time's up?
You see that red light blinking? Yes.
Green light over here. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dave Prieto. I'm a Hemet Fire Captain. I also serve as the Hemet Firefighters Association President. I'd like to start by thanking you and the City Manager, Chris Lopez, for hiring our Fire Chief, Eddie Sell. Since day one, Chief Sell has been open, inclusive, and collaborative with the Hemet firefighters. Over the last 3.5 months, we built a great working relationship related to all aspects of the Hemet Fire Department and the citizens we serve. We're truly appreciative to have Chief Sell leading our department. To quote Chris Lopez from the city's press release when we hired Chief Sell, quote, Chief Sell's background, experience, and high ethical standards will make him an incredible fire chief for our great community, end quote. Part of our labor management relationship includes our seat at the table during regular command staff meetings. A big part of our recent discussion has been the mid-year budget. The items in our original mid-year budget request were a collaborative effort based on the needs of the boots on the ground and management's commitment to provide us the tools we need to get the job done safely and efficiently, both out on the streets and in our fire stations. All these items will align with the council's strategic plan. A few highlights of our mid-year budget request includes 2 Type 1 fire engines, PPE extractors for every station, which are basically specialized commercial washing machines that remove the carcinogens from our turnouts after we fight a fire, personal protective equipment, a generator for the Emergency Operations Center, and new station alerting systems commonly referred to as heart saver tones, which basically reduce the physiological shock to the body when being awoken from sleep to respond to an emergency. We're not asking for nice to haves. We're asking for the basic tools and equipment we need to do our jobs. As of June 2021, the fire department's Measure U fund balance was $4.5 million. These are dollars that the citizens of Hemet voted to tax themselves so the public safety could purchase these necessary items. Items such as fire engines that directly serve our citizens in their times of need and distress, almost 18,000 times a year. Why is it so hard to spend the money on its intended purpose? Why isn't even a question whether or not this equipment should be purchased? Our current fleet is in dire straits because it gets used and it gets used a lot. Our citizens in Hemet have needs, and the Hemet Fire Department is here to answer the call whenever and however it comes in. I'm simply asking you all to give us the equipment we are asking for to serve our citizens, the ones who fund this entire operation. One item of note is back in 2019, our vehicle replacement fund, which was at $700,000, was reallocated to the general fund to take care of a possible budget shortfall. Well, the budget shortfall is over. We want our money back. We want our $700,000 so we can buy our fire engine. And we're asking nicely. Lastly, I'd like to comment on the strategic plan and compliment our city council for the bold action in developing it. It gives us all a roadmap to follow and goals to reach for. Unfortunately, given the many difficulties and what can only be seen as roadblocks, we have to beg the question, is the strategic plan something real or is it just a piece of paper? Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Glenn Brock.
Mr. Brock, you're live with the City Council. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and you should be unmuted now.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the council, I'd like to first thank you for providing a forum to discuss the potential development of an off-road vehicle park at the Diamond Valley Lake Complex. My name is Glenn Brock, and I'm a resident of McSweeney Farms residential tract, and my property is
Mr. Brock?
approximately.
I
Yes.
apologize for interrupting, but we are having a little bit of hard time hearing you. So if you could speak just a little bit louder for all of our council to hear, that'd be great.
Is this any better?
Can you hear better? Yeah, we can hear you a little better.
Okay. I'd like to first thank you for providing a forum to discuss the potential development of an off-road vehicle park at the Diamond Valley Lake Complex. My name is Glenn Brock, and I'm a resident of the McSweeney Farms residential tract, and my property is approximately 120 feet from the area in consideration. For the purpose of brevity, I will break my opposition down to several points. First, air pollution and public health issues. McSweeney Farms is home to many children of various ages. The placement of an OHV park at this site will undoubtedly produce air pollution in the form of dust that these children, including my own, will be exposed to. There are plenty of peer-reviewed medical reports that explain the negative impact that dust has on the developing respiratory system of our children and other vulnerable people. This fact has been recognized previously by Hemet City Council in Municipal Code 78-70, subsection A, where the council reports their finding that excessive dust represents a public nuisance. 2, quality of life. This development will contribute to a lower quality of life for the residents of McSweeney Farms, based not only on the dust, but also on the noise. California requires motorcycles to operate at 96 decibels or less. However, there are studies that report racing motorcycles produce noise at or above 120 decibels. I believe this noise would qualify as a prohibited public nuisance under Hemet Municipal Code 30-32, subsection 42. The dust is also a nuisance, in addition to the negative health impacts it has on our residents. Dust, especially for residents like myself that are closest to the proposed site, will constantly create issues with the mechanical systems in our homes. Lastly, future development. The McSweeney Farms community is one of the fastest growing areas in the city. I believe developing an OHV park so close to this community will have a negative impact on its continued growth. Those considering moving into our city will use the proximity of the park in their final determination. Although I am not aware of any current plans for commercial development in the surrounding areas, it does not take much foresight to see how this area may become attractive to commercial development to support this increasing population. If the population growth is halted due to the county's development of this site as an OHV park, it may also become undesirable to any commercial developer. This could have a fiscal impact on the city. I fully understand that this is a county proposal. However, municipal input on proposed county development is not without precedent. During the early discussion of various cannabis-related business ordinances, the various governmental agencies present in our valley agreed to work to ensure that business practices of one entity did not interfere with the rules and regulations of another. This is an important point here as well. It is my hope that you will take these concerns into consideration and share them with your friends on the Riverside County Board of Supervisors. While I look forward to additional recreational opportunities at the Diamond Valley Lake Complex, this is not the right use of this land. I urge you to oppose the use of this site for an OHV park. Thank you very much.
Now we're going to move on to presentations. Councilmember Brown.
Okay, so first on the list of tonight's proclamations, we have the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Whereas International Holocaust Remembrance Day is an international memorial day on January 27th, commemorating the liberation of Auschwitz and the tragedy of the Holocaust that occurred during the Second World War. Whereas the Holocaust was the state-sponsored systematic persecution and annihilation of European Jews by Nazi Germany and its collaborators from 1933 to 1945, wherein 6 million Jews were murdered and millions of other non-Aryans suffered grievous oppression and death under Nazi tyranny. And whereas the history of the Holocaust offers an opportunity to reflect on the moral responsibilities of individuals, societies, and governments, and whereas this day is an opportunity to honor the memory of the victims and survivors of the Holocaust, as well as the rescuers and liberators, and further proclaim that we, as citizens of the city of Hemet, should work to promote human dignity and confront hate whenever and wherever it occurs. Now, therefore, Mayor Malcolm Lilienthal, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim January 27th, 2022 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day.
Gina, could you accept this award and say a few words of how you're connected?
Thank you, Councilman Brown. Oh, thank you, Councilman, and City Council of Hemet and the citizens of the City of Hemet. I'm Gina Estrin, and on behalf of my family and other families who are first through fifth generations of survivors, I am very humbled and honored to be the recipient of the Hemet City Council's proclamation to commemorate International Holocaust Remembrance Day. There are many well-known survivors of Auschwitz, such as the writer Anne Frank, Elie Wiesel, and many more. My stepmother is not so famous, but she also is a survivor. Ellen Hofstetter Mirabel, born in Holland in 1923, was one of those liberated in Auschwitz that fateful day. And by miracles and the grace of God, she's still alive in living in Los Angeles, and will turn 99 this April. Ellen survived several concentration camps, including the infamous Auschwitz-Birkenau complex. At Auschwitz, Ellen was one of the experiments of the doctors and the infamous Dr. Mengele. She was so damaged by these experiments that she could never have children of her own. Both of my parents, Phyllis and Max Mirabel, although they never were in Nazi death camps, nonetheless, their survival was fraught with danger and peril. Sometimes they told me harrowing stories of how they survived the Holocaust. Sadly, their families were not so lucky. They were murdered at the hands of the Nazis. So I grew up with no extended family, no grandparents, no aunts, no cousins, no uncles, except one remaining uncle. He fought in the resistance during the war, and temporarily he was reunited with his sister, my mother. When she, my mother, and her first husband, with many others, found a way to break open the cattle car as they were on their way to Treblinka death camp and jumped from the moving train while they were fired upon by the Nazi guards on the roof. Her first husband was murdered. My mother, thank God, made it to the forest. And later, she briefly reunited with her brother. But then they separated, and she did not realize whether he was alive or not afterwards. My uncle, I got to meet once. He remained in Poland after the war and was finally granted permission to come visit. It was supposed to be for my sister's wedding, but the way it was then, he could not come at that time. However, he's now passed. So we've honored my uncle with my son's middle name. Hendrik is now Henry, middle name for my son. There were those that did not survive the Holocaust are now gone, that did survive the Holocaust are now gone too. Oh, thank you. Sorry. I should have taken this off. Okay. They're now gone too. It's been 77 years ago Holocaust occurred. Thank you for this proclamation, and may it instill in you a desire to stop the genocides of today as you commemorate International Holocaust Remembrance Day this week. There are sources out there. I don't know if you've heard of the Shoah Foundation Steven Spielberg had founded, and he's made it a point to tell the stories of the Holocaust survivors as well as survivors of modern day Holocausts and genocides. So thank you again. I'm honored.
Thank you for sharing the personal stories. And just as an aside too, I had the opportunity to visit the Museum of Tolerance in LA several years ago, and I would highly recommend that as a field trip for anybody who's interested in knowing the true facts, because all too often we're hearing stories and people that are actually believing that it was all a myth and it never happened. So I would encourage anybody to visit the Museum of Tolerance and find out for themselves. Thank you. Next, we have the honor to recognize Robert Kozel, World War II veteran. Whereas Robert Leo Kozel humbly served our country in the United States Army Air Corps from 1941 until he was honorably discharged in 1945. And whereas during his service, Robert was an aircraft mechanic and co-piloted a C-45 and B-17 aircrafts. And whereas in 1945, Robert was assigned to a top secret mission to fly with his crew into the Azores, where he stood ready to jump into action for an air-sea rescue operation during the Yalta Conference. And whereas after the end of his military service, Robert attended Westminster College to earn his bachelor's degree of science in civil engineering, where he met his wife, Margaret. And whereas upon receiving his higher degree, he worked for Hughes Aircraft as an aerospace engineer until 1980, where he contributed his efforts to the Apollo program and spent 23 years flying his own Cessna 150 until he was 88 years old. And whereas Mr. Kozel spent 70 happily married years with Margaret until her passing at the age of 92, and is survived by 3 children and 6 grandchildren. Now, therefore, Malcolm Lilienthal, Mayor of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim Mr. Robert Leo Kozel as an honorary hero of the city of Hemet. We thank you for your service to your country and for your commitment to our community.
I don't think Robert made it today. There may be something wrong with him. He might have got sick or something, so I'll find out. And I
Okay.
don't have his number with me right now. So
Finally, can we have our martial artists come up? They will be receiving this proclamation.
Looks like they're prepared for a demonstration too. I'm going to give them plenty of room. I've seen those in action before. Would you like to do the demonstration first?
Yes.
Let's do that.
And we are very happy to see our young children becoming well members of our society. So here's our president. Thank you very much. Is it okay if I yell council members? Shut! Give me that! Jimmy! See, Chuck! Photo. Shut. Gini. Ah! Shut. Gini. Gini. Hey. Teacher.
Well, that was very impressive, to say the least, and I'm happy to present and recognize National Personal Safety, Personal Self-Defense Awareness Month. Whereas one aggravated assault occurs every 34 seconds, one violent crime every 22 seconds, one murder every 34 minutes, and one rape every 6 minutes. Whereas self-defense is defined as the use of reasonable force to protect oneself and others from the attack of an aggressor. And whereas participating in self-defense courses is highly encouraged for all age groups to lessen one's chances of becoming a victim of bodily injury and violent crime. Whereas self-defense courses provide additional benefits of building confidence, improving self-discipline, and enhancing street awareness. And whereas self-defense courses are available in many formats to suit the needs of each individual. Now, therefore, Malcolm Lilienthal, Mayor of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim January 2022 as National Personal Self-Defense Awareness Month, and encourages the community to join in self-defense awareness efforts throughout the month of January.
So I'm very proud to be an instructor at World Black Belt Center. We have very young children starting from the age of 4 all the way through adults. Each of our students have come into our studio looking for something different, whether that be self-confidence, self-respect, self-protection, and even other mental illnesses that want to just get better. We are very proud of all of our students. They have all, in their own way, have grown. These two are both second-degree black belts. They've been in Taekwondo for more than 8 years, and they have also always had a 4.0 average grade. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, and congratulations, and thank you for the demonstration. I have to say also, I'm very proud of, I have 4 grandchildren. My oldest is a 14-year-old granddaughter, and she's a second-degree black belt in Taekwondo. So I told her her grandpa doesn't have to chaperone her dates. I think she can take care of herself. She's soon going to be testing for her next degree. And 2 grandsons are also pursuing Taekwondo instruction too. And I have to wholeheartedly agree with what's professed in that proclamation about self-confidence and self-discipline. Great program. So thank you. And thank you for your demonstration.
The City Council's procedures for public hearing will be as follows. Staff will provide a report and clarification of items presented. The public hearing will be open for comments for those in favor or in opposition to the item, followed by rebuttal to any comments made. The public hearing will then be closed and the city manager may respond to any questions raised by the public. And then discussion will be brought back to council. Moving to item 13A.
Yes, we have our city engineer, Steve Lariso, making his way to the podium. Mayor, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Steve Lariso, city engineer. Item 13A is for a public hearing for the public safety or the annexation into the public safety CFD 2005-01. The Melrose Act of 1982, enacted by state legislature, it was formed in order to assist agencies in financing certain public services. In 2006, the city council passed several resolutions to authorize formation of a district and designate the boundary for future annexations, which this is part of tonight. Heritage Point, which is the development that we're discussing, is D.R. Horton development south of Stetson, north of Chambers, and bisected by Elk and Thornton. There's 299 single-family residential units there over 4 tract maps. The developer requested the city to prepare the CFD and for the annexation services for the public safety services of this CFD. The max special tax per parcel is $449.04 per year, with a potential increase based on the CPI each year of 3%. The individual property owners are responsible for the tax on their property tax roll. So tonight, the recommendation is to, at your pleasure, open the public hearing. After the public hearing, adopt a resolution to authorize the annexation of the territory into the CFD 2005-01. Adopt the resolution calling for the special election for CFD 2005-01, and adopt the resolution declaring the results of the special election. With that, concludes my report. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Council, do we have any questions for him? I'm going to open up the public hearing now. City Clerk or anyone wishing to speak?
Mayor, I have no registered public comment at this time.
So then I'm going to close the public hearing, and City Clerk, may you please recite the election results?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we received the election ballot, at 3:45 p.m. today for item 13A, and I'll just read the recital. This ballot is for the special landowner election. This ballot was returned today, January 25th, 2022. And the election results are as reads. Property owner authorized Representative Jennifer O'Leary, Assistant Secretary, is an authorized signatory who votes yes. And this vote is unanimous for the results, which total and represent 65 votes on assessor parcel numbers listed in the staff report. And that is the results of the election.
Are there any comments from any further comments from the council? And if not, can I have a motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that City Council adopt a resolution dealing with the CFD and certify the results of the election, adding the property to Community Facilities District number 2005-1, Public Safety Services.
Second.
I'll second.
City Clerk.
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Next up is 13B.
Mayor, members of the council, Steve Lariso, city engineer. This item is in relation to the same development that we just spoke of in 13A. This is the public hearing for the City of Hemet CFD 2021-02, also identified as Heritage Point. It is the same location that I mentioned before, south of Stetson, north of Chambers, and bisected by Elk and Thornton. Heritage Point involves 4 separate tract maps with a total of 299 single-family residential units. Back on November 9th, that was the first step when the council adopted the resolution of intent to start this CFD process. And then again on the 14th of December is when the council had an amended resolution of intent. The developer requested the city to form the maintenance or form the CFD to cover maintenance services within the public right of way. This CFD costs are for street lights, landscape maintenance, water quality maintenance, litter and graffiti removal, and other items that may be identified within the actual document. The max special tax, there's actually 2 max special taxes in this area, A and B. Now, in this particular case, as I mentioned in the staff report, special tax B is only there in case the HOA does not provide the services that are necessary, otherwise being called a dormant CFD. So, but we do have to identify it now in case that does come to fruition. So we do not levy those special taxes on special tax B at this point. We only do special tax A. Special tax A has a annual single family residential price of $451 for the maintenance services that I described above. And if special tax B is to come into place, it would be $353 per single family residence per year. That is only if the HOA fails to maintain the services that they've provided. There is a potential increase based on the CPI annually of 2% to 6%. It's capped at 6%. The individual property owners are responsible for the special tax of this as well. So tonight, the recommendation is to, at your request, open the public hearing. After the public hearing, adopt the resolution to establish the CFD 2021-02. Adopt the resolution calling for the special elections within that CFD 2021-02. Adopt a resolution declaring the results of the special election and introduce an ordinance to authorize a levy of the special tax, all identified within the staff report there. With that, I'm here for any questions.
Questions, council? Well, city clerk, let's open it up to public comment. Are there any comments?
There's no registered public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's close public hearing and then can you recite the election results?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we received this ballot measure at approximately 3:45 today, and I'll read the recitals. This ballot is for a special landowner election for Community Facilities District number 2021-02 Heritage Point, and the vote reads as follows. It's a unanimous yes. 65 votes on assessor parcels listed in the staff report. And so that is approved by and provided by DR Horton, Los Angeles. And the authorized signatory is Jennifer L. O'Leary, Assistant Secretary. And that concludes the election results for this special election.
Council, if there isn't any further comments, can I get a motion?
Question for a city attorney. We have 5 recommended actions on this. Can we summarize the recommended actions 2, 3, and 4, or do we need to read each of those?
I'm fine with the city council making the motion with staff recommendations 2, 3, 4, and 5. If you'd like to summarize it that way, the city clerk knows what you mean. He's got the agenda right in front of him.
Okay, I'll make a motion that city council approve the staff recommendations of 2, 3, 4, and I'll read 5, that the city council waive further reading, read by title only, and introduce an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the city council of the city of Hemet, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the city of Hemet Community Facilities District number 2021-02 Heritage Point, authorizing the levy of a special tax therein.
City clerk, roll call.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mills,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes to approve staff recommendations 2 through 5. And I'll read for the record, waive full reading, read by title only, and introduce an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the city council of the city of Hemet, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the city of Hemet Community Facilities District number 2021-02 Heritage Point, authorizing the levy of special tax therein. That item passes 4-0.
Item number 13C.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. I'm Monique Alanis Slater, Principal Planner. The item before you this evening is a request to amend the General Plan 21-001, a city-initiated proposal of a revised housing element. The request this evening is a city-initiated proposal of a revised housing element of the general plan, updating the city's current housing element in accordance with state mandated requirements for the 2021 through 2029 sixth housing element cycle, and finding a categorical exemption in accordance with our CEQA California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. For the past year, the city has worked alongside with our consulting team, Kimley Horn, the community, the Planning Commission, and the City Council to prepare a draft general plan housing element update. We have been committed to working with HCD, Housing Community Development with the state of California, to achieve a final legally compliant adopted housing element. The general plan is intended to be used by the City Council, commissions, and staff to guide decision making and help set priorities. The housing element and the general plan and its implementation programs will also be used in strategic planning and establishing priorities in the annual budget process. This evening, we have the consulting firm Kimley Horn, we have Dave Barquist and Inez Galmish to present the project proposal further.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. If you can hear me okay, I'll speak a little louder. It sounds like the microphone's not loud for the audience. Briefly, wanted to give you an overview of this process. As staff had said, it's a culmination of a lot of interaction between the staff, the community, stakeholders, Planning Commission, City Council, and a number of items. So this is really a showcase of that hard work and effort that your community has done throughout this process. We want to show you about the housing element update itself. We'll show you about the housing element update itself, the candidate housing site strategy, or how we accommodate our future growth need for the planning period, and the foundation of the plan, the goals, policies, programs, objectives, and specific actions. We have a process that we go through the review of the State Department of Housing Community Development. We'll walk through that for you and let you know the next steps as we go through this process. So as far as the housing element update itself, the state law requires that we look at this essentially every 8 years. So when we do the regional transportation plan, there's a follow-on process with the regional housing needs assessment. Every city and county in the state California has to go through this process. It's really a process not only to adhere to the requirements of law, but engages your citizenry in the planning process for the next 8-year cycle. Really, the plan itself is a demonstration of your capacity to meet the needs of your existing population and your future growth needs in population and the housing needs of that population. If you look at policies, programs that support that, the plan reflects those and gives a plan of action to accommodate that over the 8-year planning period. What's unique about the housing element, it's the only one in the general plan that really requires significant review by the state. So it literally, figuratively, and literally goes up to Sacramento for review for a whole host of compliance issues, state laws, I like to call the alphabet soup of assembly bills and Senate bills that we have to. So essentially that's the law, and the process of going through that review is for them to ensure that you're substantially in compliance with that law. So what are the components or the sections of the housing element? There's 4 basic components of the element itself, and then we have some supporting appendices that further support the document itself. The second section, population housing profile,
really forms a foundation of understanding of your community, demographic information, econometric information about your community. So we form a foundation of understanding. The third section in the plan talks about constraints and resources, governmental constraints, non-governmental constraints, and how they affect and influence housing provision in your community. There's a new requirement of state law within that section called Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. It's a fairly extensive analysis of looking at fair housing issues, access to opportunities, among other things within the plan, the housing program itself. Section 4 is really the foundation or the policy program of the plan, just like your general plan, and expression of your ultimate goals, policies, objectives, and actions over the next 8-year planning period. There are a number of appendices in the housing element. Appendix A, which is really an assessment of your past history. We want to look at your existing programs that you've adopted, how you've done, reevaluate those, and some will change, some will stay, some will be based on new laws, among other things. We'll get that in a minute. The Appendix B talks about the sites to accommodate our growth need for our regional housing needs assessment growth need, which we'll talk about here in a moment. It's a demonstration that you have the capacity to accommodate that growth over the planning period. Appendix C is just a summary of the outreach activities. So the members of the community or those folks on the council, commission, et cetera, that were involved, it's just a summary of those findings of that information. So anybody who attended could look and see what their contribution was in the planning process. We're looking at Appendix C. And then Appendix D is just a glossary of housing terms. We use a lot of acronyms and other things, just a useful resource guide to help you through some of those difficult definitions, et cetera. In terms of the actual engagement or the process of involving the citizenry and stakeholders in the process to come to the conclusion that we have here this evening, we did, because COVID and the situation in the past, we did a number of virtual workshops in April of 2021 and October of 2021. Those who couldn't attend, they were put online and they're still available today for anybody who wanted to review those. We had a number of joint study sessions with the commission and the city council in June and November of this year, status report and getting some general direction from both bodies. There was a public review draft that was made available to the public. We also provided a feedback form so people can make comments on the document and give us feedback and direction, among other things. We did have a planning commission public hearing on January 4th where they affirmed their recommendation to you. There was part of that, some comments which you received this evening were similar to the comments from the planning commission. We also know that there was a website that has all of this information. So if you think of the home plate of the housing element, there's a website that's dedicated, has all this information, and it really shows the homework that we did to get to the process of having a draft element before this body. So as far as the candidate housing sites, I have good news for you in the sense that your staff was, and you as a decision-making body and policy-making body, you have enough sites to accommodate your future growth need. So what does that mean? That means you don't have to look at new policies and programs to accommodate your future growth for the next 8 years. You have the existing policy to accommodate as it is today. So when we look at this process to identify those sites, we have to have a reasonable conclusion that the sites that we're identifying will accommodate our growth need in the future. So when we look at that growth need, it's 2021 to 2029. So that's our frame that we're looking for this policy. We have to demonstrate in that frame that you're going to have sites available to accommodate your growth need. We look at sites, we just don't throw a dart at a wall and try to just choose. There's a rationale and a reasoning for each of the sites, such as infrastructure, access to resources, existing facilities, educational, water, sewer, storm drain, et cetera, to ensure that we're making the right decisions on those sites and they're the lowest hanging fruit, if you will. So the strategy is a few-fold. We have accessory dwelling units, which is a new process, and you may be familiar with SB 9 and all the new ADU laws that have come into play. provides opportunities. The good news of that is the state allows us to take credit for our past performance and project it out of the future. So we have a number of units that we can identify by various income category based on what the state and SCAG allows us to do. That's a pre-approved process. You have vacant land that is residentially zoned that you have capacity for. And then we also have a buffer of sites because the state law is new now that says we have to make an assumption on the affordability level of sites that we identify. And we're not going to have a perfect score and get that right every time. So we may have, for example, a site that we anticipated for lower income may be market rate. We just have to show that we have ability to accommodate that in other sites within our inventory. That's why you see that buffer that we'll see here in just a moment. And I'm going to walk you through this table that you see here on the screen. Essentially, this is a regional housing needs assessment. This is a projection over the planning period. And if you look at the top column, it says RENA 21 to 29. That is a representation of the growth need over that planning period that you'll need by those income categories in your community. And each one of those income categories are based on a percentage of the median family income for the county that you're in. So for example, very low income, that is less than up to 50% of the median family income. And you can see there the RENA need is approximately 812 units. We have low income, which is between 51 to 80% of that, 732 units. And then moderate income and above moderate income, we start getting what we call market rate, 1,174 and 3,748 respectively, for a grand total of 6,466. That means the city of Hemet must demonstrate the sites to accommodate that growth need within the planning period. How do we demonstrate that? We demonstrate that by showing in the pipeline projects or projects that haven't been built yet or in the process of being built or in the process of being entitled. We have a general expectation that those are going to be real projects. So we can account those as credit, if you will, for our RENA obligations. You can see you have a number of units in the lower income ranges. That's a very positive thing for you to accommodate your growth need. But much of it is in specific plan areas where you have essentially market rate units that are going to accommodate your future growth. Then we look at the capacity of existing vacant land, which you see in about the third line there. You can see the capacity of units that we need. And then we said the accessory dwelling unit projections, which is what we can count by law. And what does that mean? It means we can accommodate what you see in the yellow because that's our buffer. That's just what we have in existing policy today that will accommodate your needs. So essentially the very bottom screen that you see, those are essentially the buffer from what you need to what you have that exists latently in your land use policy today. What does that mean? No changes in land use, no changes in zoning to accommodate your growth needs. So you're very unique in the region. Many jurisdictions have to do multiple rezones to get to that conclusion. So that's a very positive thing. This is just a map. I'm sorry for the size, but if you want to refer to it in the Appendix B, the housing development is a larger picture of that. What you want to illustrate here is the affordability levels. If you look on the bottom left, you can see it says above moderate, moderate, and low, and very low. We don't want concentrations of one type of affordability in one place. So there's a general level of equity of that distribution across your community. So you see the numbers in the different colors and how they're distributed out for the community. So we don't have concentrations of lower income communities, for example, within Hemet. And so that was one of the rationales as we looked at those sites that you have existing capacity. So when we look at the goals and policies and programs, there's real briefly, if you look at the main goals of the first through the fifth goal is quality housing for all economic segments, provision of affordable housing, the adequate sites to accommodate housing, preservation of existing neighborhood quality, and preserving actual affordable housing opportunities that you have today. Those are the major policy frames that we want to talk through, and then there's implementing programs and policies that we have that. Many of those programs are based on new state laws, and there's a whole host, I think almost we're up to 100 since 2017 related to housing. So anybody with a brain would have a, a difficult time keeping track of all these, but we're obligated to do that by law. Just a summary of some of those: accessory dwelling unit laws and ways that you can encourage and promote those in your community, creating objective design standards so we don't have a subjective analysis of how we make decisions. SB 35 streamlining, which is really about how we perform on our growth, and if we don't, what are the streamlining measures that we are required by law to put in. Emergency shelters, transitional supportive housing, and low barrier navigation centers, which is really about wraparound services for those types of needs. It's a new state law. Developmental disabilities, not just persons with physical, but developmental disabilities, and how do we address those? We also have new requirements about farm worker and employer/employer housing, funding and rental assistance programs, preservation and monitoring of at-risk units. We have other programs that will support mobile home park preservation with the prevalence of mobile home opportunities in your community, having programs related to that. A density bonus, among other things, removal of development constraints, and then finally fair housing, which goes back to the affirmatively furthering fair housing, where you have to be very explicit in how we're going to address the fair housing issues in the community through affirmative policies in your plan. So we talked about your element going up to the state for review, and that is a process that all cities in the SCAG region and 200 plus cities in the SCAG region going through now. If you can guess how many of those have had a certification? One. And it's been a difficult process to go through that because of all of these new laws, especially with the affirmatively furthering fair housing. It's been multiple review cycles in some cases. But the requested review and revisions that the state had are reflected in the staff report and the draft you have before you. So it's a representation, a red line strikeout of how we respond to the state's comments. And this will be submitted to the state at your request at the end of this meeting. A number of those items were the review of existing programs and how we look at their past performance and their special needs populations and how those have performed. We look at housing conditions. They requested further analysis of that. The AFFH, or affirmatively furthering fair housing, tables, maps update to further clarify the story that we want to tell, or the narrative. They had some questions related to land use controls, the conditional use permit process, and how that relates to approval of housing, inventory of land, and looking at justification for sites and how we came to the conclusion that these were appropriate sites, give us more justification for that. For the programs, we wanted to look at revised timelines. The state is looking for the city to get as much as you can get done within a reasonable time frame to make it most effective for the planning period. We counter that with saying we can't do everything at the same time. We have budget limitations and staff limitations that a realistic person would consider that. We do have provisions and language in there to that effect in the program. So what are the next steps? We're rounding third base here in the process. You've already gone through the commission, made a recommendation to you. We have the presentation, the staff report before you today, and upon your consideration of public comments and recommendation, the draft housing element that you have in your packet today will be sent for the state for final certification. And once you do that, the door is closed, and the next 8 years are looking forward to implement all those programs within the plan. So with that, thank you, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir.
I had a question. What's the housing voucher program?
Housing choice voucher.
Add on there the housing voucher program.
Yeah, that's the housing choice voucher program. It's essentially Section 8 housing choice vouchers. Yeah, it's, we don't have that project-based Section 8. It's somebody essentially, for the benefit of the other folks, has a voucher that they can use in a participating unit. So anybody who has a home could be, make their home available for a Section 8 participant. That's what the voucher is used for. Thank you.
I have one question. I don't think I've ever asked this before. It's never occurred to me. But if the county has property in the city and a development goes in, who gets credit for that housing?
It's in your jurisdiction. It's the city's
Okay.
city's number.
County owns quite a bit of land here.
Yes, and matter of fact, many of the pipeline projects are through county housing authority.
And you know, I have all sorts of issues with everything on, but hey, there we are.
Any other questions? City Clerk, is there any public comments?
Mr. Mayor, there's no public comment.
Can I get a motion?
Not mine.
Okay, then I will make a motion that we adopt resolution of the Hemet City Council adopting the General Plan Amendment 21-001, a city-initiated proposal of a revised housing element of the Hemet General Plan, updating the current housing element in accordance with state mandated requirements for the 21-29 sixth. Is it sixth? I thought it was the 8th cycle. 6th cycle? Okay. I see all those hands going up out there. 6th housing element cycle, and finding that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA in accordance with 15061 BC of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines.
And I'll second it.
Thank you, Joe. Next time, it's on you.
Motion made by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Mails. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Moving to consent items. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any items that need to be pulled?
I'd like to pull item 14B for discussion.
B as in boy. B as in boy.
Yes. Yes.
Are there any others? Can I have a motion to approve the rest?
I move the approval of all of the remaining consent calendar items excluding 14B.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes to approve the consent calendar with the removal of item 14B.
Okay, so do we have a staff for 14?
We do have a staff report on this item that I can provide to the council. This item is a agreement for the city to move forward with the disposition of some surplus land that was previously identified as surplus land by the council. So this item before the council tonight is to approve the agreement with Epic Land Solutions to carry out this work for the city mayor. Thank you.
Joe?
Well, my only problem is I with my one-on-one with Chris Lopez, I was actually told that there was quite a few meetings prior to the one that I was a part of, and I didn't realize that I missed meetings because I wasn't a part of the council at the time. But my concern is that we had a Hemet City business that bid on this property. And we just turned our back on them instead of trying to working with them and try to say, well, you know, your prices are higher, or, you know, they're outrageous or whatever. We didn't give it a chance to bring this business within our city, yet we're going outside to San Diego to do this and pulling someone in from outside our Hemet city. Being on part of the business committee, I believe we should do what we can to allow our businesses, our local businesses, to have or to be able to pursue these contracts and at least work with them and trying to get them to, you know, renegotiate their pricing and do our best, try to do our best within the city to make sure that Hemet businesses get the business from the city. That's just my point. I just don't like going outside of Hemet. We have businesses here that can use the funds, especially after the coronavirus problems. And it's hard for me to accept that we didn't at least try to work with our local business. That's all I have to say on that.
Are there any other comments? I think that the consideration that was taken into account, we did take into account the idea of having a local member, and we also gave an opportunity for that member to be able to put forth a proposal to the city of Hemet. And I think it was a good thing that we did that, even though it seemed like he was able to see all the proposals.
I don't know anything about that. So,
and so, you know, we had some at 3%, we had some at, you know, ranging all the way up to 5%. And we're just trying to practice being prudent with the city's monies, because these are, you know, with just being prudent. And so taking this lowest bid into account, where it's just some, you know, 15,000 an acre, seemed like a reasonable idea, that I hope that we can put stipulations on it to making sure that this company doesn't just because it's 15,000, they don't just run with it, but they give us the best bang for the buck. And I think I echo the sentiments of what happened in these previous meetings when I say that we did take into account that we had a member from the community come forth, but it was just too high.
but also I look in here, I look at this, I see how it's worded that we're going to keep using this company and not use any other company for future sales of property.
Mm-hmm. And from what I understand, the individual still has an opportunity to work. He just won't be the broker. So he still has an opportunity to work if he has someone that can offer up, you know, if he's working with someone who has an idea on that land,
Mm-hmm.
he's just going to go through this broker. So he can still make do. He's not out of the game. Does that make sense?
No, I understand.
He's just not
I
going to
understand
represent
what
us
it
as
is,
the
right.
broker.
Right. If he has a buyer, then he makes his money on that end. But the thing is that we're going to be using an outside broker for all the deals that we deal with throughout the city on all properties that are vacant. And instead of going through the process of bidding, we're just going to use this one particular company.
So I'll provide some additional context on this specific item. We did go through an RFP process with respect to brokers that the city would be interested in using to dispose of city-owned land. We had a public bidding process, and we had a deadline through that process. The one individual in particular didn't submit a bid during that time frame, and so during the first meeting in December, that individual did ask to be considered, even though he had not submitted a proposal to the city. And so the council did grant him the opportunity to provide a proposal to the city council. and that was evaluated by the council. And so the council has previously identified, I believe it's about 7 or 8 parcels that the council has taken action to identify as being surplus land. And so the individual or the group that's been identified will have an opportunity to go through those properties accordingly and dispose of those properties by being the city's broker. That doesn't mean that any other broker that's unaffiliated with the city that may represent a prospective buyer could be involved with the transaction. They just wouldn't be representing the city. There are a number of other pieces of city-owned property that have not been declared city-owned property that the city could entertain additional brokers to go through that process in the future. So it doesn't cut anybody out in the future, but for this specific instance, we have identified Epic as the individual or the group to dispose, to be the city's broker to dispose of the land that has been previously identified as surplus land. So we did have a public bidding process. We did have a deadline. The individual did not submit a bid during that time, and the council did afford the opportunity for that individual to provide a bid in December.
What would you suggest?
Well, it's too late to suggest anything right now, but I think we should consider our local businesses in the future, and we should work with them. And if they are higher, have some type of tool or something to say, hey, it's not going to work. The bid's too high. You either come back with something lower or we're going somewhere else. At least give them the opportunity to resubmit something. I mean, cities need to work with the businesses, the local businesses. That's what I believe. And if we don't work with them, then they're here trying to, they're struggling or they're trying to make ends meet. But yet we're going out and working with other cities or businesses in other cities when we should be working with ours. That's just how I feel.
Yeah, so I'll provide one more comment on that, Mayor, if that's okay. Certainly the council could direct that. That is the council's prerogative if that's the council's desire. We did go through a public bid process on this item. And so that's why, the council did have an opportunity to review the proposals. And obviously in the future, the council can direct a different process that takes up what you are referencing, Councilmember Mills. But in this particular instance, that wasn't the direction we received. So that's what we have tonight.
I wouldn't be worried about it, but the wording in here says future land, that they're going to have, they're going to be the broker for the future properties that we own. It's in here where it says that Epic will also be the broker for other properties that the city has, instead of going out and getting quotes.
So I do want to reference the contract is to not exceed $50,000, assuming that it's $14,000 per piece of parcel. That limits the council to only, or the staff to only just under, what is that, three properties. So anything above and beyond that, council member would require council approval for an amendment to that. So right now the authority is only up to $50,000. So anything beyond that would require council action in the future. So you're limited to only 3 at this moment, council member.
Okay.
Yes,
Mayor, just I wholeheartedly agree with the principle of trying to give, for lack of a better term, first right of refusal to local businesses. But I think there's some limitations to our ability to do that. The one is that the public bidding process that we have to go through, and correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, but I think that would preclude us from sitting down with a local business or any of the other submittals and trying to work some alternatives for them. I think that goes too far afield from the public bidding process, where the request for proposals is put forth and the scope of the project is identified, and then all the bidders have a chance to put their best bid forward, and then there's a bid opening, and for someone to be able to have an opportunity after the fact to tweak or modify or come in with a lower bid after all the bids have been open, I think that circumvents the concept of the request for a proposal. Am I on base for that, or is that?
I would say, okay, I am on. I would say on most public contracts that we do requests for proposals on, you're 100% accurate. Normally it's give us your lowest and best bid, and then we go with the lowest responsible bidder. When we're dealing with professional services, so it includes real estate broker services, engineering services, accounting services like that, sometimes the lowest bid isn't always going to be the quality of services that the city council would like. So in those cases, we use under the municipal code what's called the best value method. So the staff evaluates the cost versus what services and experience and quality is being offered. That was what was done here. The RFP documents do allow us to negotiate with one of the potential bidders on the assumption that the city would get a better deal, because we're not going to negotiate a higher price than what you bid. We would negotiate a lower price. But I think that, overall, the sort of, what I'm hearing from you is, we told everyone, put in your bid by this day, we will evaluate them and then determine who it goes to based on that. And as a general rule, even if, because it's professional services, we don't have to go with the lowest bidder, I still think it's prudent for the city council to consider price in addition to all the other factors that the council thinks are important, which can include the fact that they're local, but can also include things like their experience with this type of land deal and with working for government agencies.
And I think just one final comment on that is that the council did extend an opportunity to accept essentially a late proposal. So we did in some ways bend the rules by continuing that item and allowing that other proposal be submitted. So I think we made a reasonable effort to try to accommodate.
Another problem I have too, it's a veteran-owned company, it's a local company, and even though he was Army, he was still a veteran. And
Very generous of you.
he was Navy?
Navy.
Oh, let's vote yes. No, I'm just kidding. But still, he's it was a veteran-owned company, it's a local company, and that's my problem.
Taking all of that into consideration, I appreciate that. And I also agree, we should be looking at, and in a lot of services, in a lot of areas, we do, at least we used to give preferential treatment to local business. In this one, with extending it, I think the time frame, I think we did. But with that in mind, I will make a motion to approve this as presented.
And I'll second the motion.
City clerk, roll call.
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
No.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 3-1.
Next, we have discussion items. Can we get a staff report for 15A?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I have a brief presentation, as this was the item brought to you at the previous January meeting, which is a resolution to adopt City Council of Hemet approving the consolidated list of proclamations. And basically what we did was reframe the resolution language to include or better identify that council is able to put on proclamations at any time throughout the year, new proclamations that may arise. And simply what we're doing here today, or what's proposed for you, is approving a consolidated list that the city clerk would maintain in as an official record, and proclamations would be more readily available to the public and a prompter time for their events, honoring their special weeks or special events. And so with that, that's my report, and up for consideration is the new revised and updated proclamation resolution. And I'm available for questions if you might have any.
Are there any questions?
No questions. I think we beat this one to death at the last meeting. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve as presented.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Mails. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Do we have a staff report for 15B?
Oh, do we?
Can I make a comment before we go forward on this one? You know, Russ and I were ad hoc on this, and it's been going on for a long time. And one of the decisions that he and I made jointly a couple months ago was to delay presentation of this until we had a full body sitting here and presiding. So we waited until Joe got reelected and to be presented. And I would like to have this continued until Carly can be with us. Because I think we need 5 people up here. We need her up here to go through these discussions, and I'd really like to see us just continue it until she gets back.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown to continue the item. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could comment further on this, whatever the council's preference is, but I think at least at some point, the ad hoc committee had discussed this item being a study session, but I think either way is fine. I do agree that we need to have the full 5 council body weighing in on all the proposals. But I don't know if it makes that much difference if it's a regular agenda item or a study session.
I agree with him, and I think we should make it a study session so we can comb through it and not have everyone bored with some, this is about us.
We can work with the council's calendars and make sure that a study session works for everybody.
Thanks.
Moving to 15C. We heard a comment earlier on this one. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I have a brief staff report on this item. Riverside County, in partnership with the state of California, is looking to establish an additional off-highway motor vehicle recreation park. They've identified approximately 6 locations throughout the Southern California region to do a new OHV park. And one in particular is near one of our residential developments, McSweeney. And so the opportunity tonight, the reason this has been included on the agenda, is to gather any feedback from the council, provide any potential direction to staff with respect to this specific item. So if it so happens that the council is interested in sending a letter of support or a letter of opposition, we structured this conversation tonight to allow the council to have that conversation and provide clear direction to staff on this item, Mayor. So that concludes my report.
Any questions?
No question, but just a few comments. I wasn't able to understand a lot of the comments that were made during public comment. It was very difficult to understand, but I think what I heard kind of echoes my feelings on this, that And I know that this sounds like NIMBY, not in my backyard. And I'm solely an advocate for people being able to participate in these kinds of activities. I'm not a naysayer about that at all. I drive a four-wheel drive Jeep and I like to go off-road myself. But I think that there are better places, and looking at the map of what's proposed on item 4, the Diamond Lake site, it's very close proximity to a very nice residential development that is continuing to expand and grow. And it's also adjacent to the Western Science Center, which just does not seem conducive to this kind of activity, sandwiched and buffered on both sides. Plus the fact that we do have an awful lot of utilization of Diamond Valley Lake by joggers and hikers and mountain bike riders that ride the perimeter and exercise on the perimeter. So having something that's likely to create noise and a lot of dust, I don't think that that's a good location for that kind of activity. And I'm not opposed to the activity itself at all. I just don't think that that's a suitable site. And I would be supportive of a letter from our council stating in essence those issues and any other issues that council may have.
Linda?
Yes, I have received lots of emails and phone calls and text messages and you name it, because this is well, it's not in my district, McSweeney is. And it is a fact that most of these vehicles are extremely noisy. They do create a lot of dust. I'm also not opposed to having these types of parks because it's actually quite fun. But I'm also of the opinion that if you move into a development, you kind of expect them not to put a racetrack next door. But if the racetrack is there and you buy a house knowing that the racetrack is there, that's your problem. So it is, I think it could create a lot of angst and a lot of negative pricing in houses and future developments in that particular area. So my personal opinion is that I have encouraged people to go onto the site and put your opinion in there. It's what counts. Take the survey, make sure that your voice is heard and it's counted. So I would like the city to have a letter of opposition to that location. I think Diamond Lake is not necessarily a good choice for that type of activity.
Plus they have a school there too.
That's
so-
it. The school is there, the museum is there, the baseball fields are there. You know, there's housing all over, and there's going to be more housing. So I think a different location would be good. And I think the city needs to take a stand and voice a collective opposition from council and the city.
Also, don't forget about the pets. Sometimes parvo can travel through dust,
Right.
and people have allergies and things like that. So, can I get a motion for an opposition letter?
For Diamond Lake. But
Yeah, opposing Diamond Lake site.
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown? Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Councilmember Miles?
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal?
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Can we get a staff report for item 15D?
Thank you, Mayor. We have Veronica Allen from the City Manager's Office who will present this item tonight, Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Did you want me to use this one or this one?
You're good. I can hear it.
Thank you. Thank you. The purpose of this discussion is staff is seeking council direction on, does the council wish to utilize the standard allowance of $10 million? What is the council's feedback on the ARPA eligible proposed projects for the on July 13, 2021, meets Treasury final rule and is essential or very important to the community based on the engagement survey? And does council wish to approve specific projects as listed in the attachments or prefer other projects that staff can explore? Sorry. For some background, on March 11, 2021, President Biden signed the American Rescue Plan Act, referred to as ARPA, which launched the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds, which is referred to as SLFRF, to provide $350 billion in emergency funding for state and local governments. The city will receive a little over 21 2026. Permitted use of funding are to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits, or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. To respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers. And for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue due to the COVID-19 public health emergency relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year prior to the emergency, and to make necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. All of the proposed projects for ARPA SLFRF meet at least one of the strategic plan components: quality of life, economic opportunity, community engagement, partnership and collaboration, and organizational effectiveness. In order to get to this discussion, staff took the following actions. There was a preliminary input session with council on July 13th, 2021. Polco Inc. was contracted to conduct an ARPA engagement survey for residents and businesses to conduct an ARPA engagement to provide input on community needs, areas of concern, and provide feedback on how to prioritize ARPA funding. Each department division was asked to provide a request for funding that aligned with the strategic plan, analysis of the Polco survey feedback to determine areas of concern and where funding should be prioritized, initial review by city staff of submitted projects against Treasury guidelines, legal analysis conducted by the city attorney's office to ensure proposed projects met with Treasury's final rule, and analysis which included Polco feedback, Treasury final rule alignment, strategic plan alignment, and council priorities as discussed on July 13. On July 13, 2021, this item was presented to the Hemet City Council to receive information on the American Rescue Plan State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. The council discussed areas of ARPA, SLFRF use of funding, and the areas of discussion were homelessness solutions, mental health services, housing, providing assistance with utility payments and rent to help people get caught up, tourism, travel, and hospitality, Simpson Center to form a community center, outdoor exercise, parks, skate park, youth projects, food delivery to those in need by working with nonprofit agencies, water and sewer infrastructure, and small business assistance. The basis for the recommended proposed projects is based on the foundation formula of project alignment with the strategic plan, plus project meets council priorities, plus project is eligible under Treasury guidelines, plus importance to the community based on feedback from the Polko survey. The highly recommended projects would be those that meet all of the 4 foundation bases. Projects that meet 3 of the criteria would be considered important, however, missing one of the elements in the foundation formula. Projects that did not meet the criteria did not meet the basic Treasury guideline based on the Treasury's final rule and is considered an ineligible project. In order to get community feedback, the city contracted with Polko Inc. The survey was hosted on Polko, an online civic engagement platform. The survey was conducted on September 9th through November 8th, 2021. It was available in English and Spanish. All households within Hemet were eligible to participate in the survey. 2 methods were used to recruit survey participants. The first method was a random sample selection of households who were mailed a postcard invitation to the online survey. The second method was open participation. And I'll just go through some of the survey results. The majority of the respondents were between 65 and 74 years of age. Approximately 57.6% of the respondents reported being property owners in the city. The majority of the survey respondents were white. Majority of the survey respondents were female. The 4 critical areas of focus are the same for the residents and businesses who responded: safety, economy, inclusivity, and education, arts, and culture. Safety refers to the overall feeling of safety in Hemet. Economy refers to the overall economic health of Hemet. Inclusivity refers to the residents' connection and engagement within their community. And lastly, education, arts, and culture refers to the overall opportunities for education, culture, and arts in Hemet. The business survey had 92 business respondents. The most important funding categories for the business respondents were economic aid to small businesses, services to promote healthy childhood environments, and services to address behavioral healthcare needs increased by the pandemic. There were 273 resident respondents. The most important funding categories for the resident respondents were services to address behavioral healthcare needs increased by the pandemic, economic aid to households experiencing housing, food, or other financial hardships, financial aid to high poverty school districts to help reduce gaps in educational achievement. Resident and business respondents both said the city is rated high on community design and utilities. That was a common theme. The city is rated low on economy and education, arts, and culture. Another common theme on ARPA most important funding category for the residents and businesses was services to address behavioral health care needs increased by the pandemic. Another common theme on ARPA biggest challenges for residents and business respondents were knowing what services are available in the community for residents and businesses. This table reflects the percentage resident respondents felt were essential or very important. Community design, 55%, economy, 55%, education, arts, and culture, 72%, health and wellness, 83%, inclusivity, 79%, mobility, 54%, natural environment, 79%, parks and recreation, 74%, safety, 98%, and utilities, 78%. Initially, the Treasury's requirement on revenue loss was very definitive. If you have no revenue loss, you cannot use any of the SLRF funding for projects considered provisions of general government. The city did not have revenue loss when the Treasury's interim final rule was in place. When Treasury adopted the final rule for the SLFRF funding on January 6, 2022, probably one of the most significant changes was the modification to the lost revenue provision, which allows recipients to use SLFRF funds and the amount up to the recipient's lost revenue for provisions of government services. With this revision, the city is eligible to use the revenue replacement category because the Treasury is allowing a quote unquote standard allowance of $10 million. Under revenue replacement, cities have broad latitude to use funds for government services up to their amount of revenue lost due to the pandemic, so long as other restrictions do not apply. Some of the projects listed as likely ineligible could potentially be funded from revenue replacement, as may almost all operations of the city of Hemet, with certain exceptions. The standard allowance is not additional funding, however, part of the allocation the city has received. With this change in the final rule regarding the revenue replacement category and standard allowance, staff is asking council for direction for the use of standard allowance of $10 million. The following projects most likely do not meet Treasury guidelines because they are considered government services. Government services generally include any service traditionally provided by a government, including construction of roads and other infrastructure, provision of public safety and other services, health and educational services, modernization of cybersecurity, including hardware, software, and protection of critical infrastructure, health services, environmental remediation, school or educational services, and the provision of police, fire, and other public safety services. Sorry, this table is very small. It is attachment 3 in your staff report. Based on the council's area of ARPA funding focused discussion on July 13th council meeting, feedback from the community engagement survey, and the alignment with the city's strategic plan, the following projects are proposed for funding. And I'll just go down the list. A lot. Under citywide general COVID expenses and response, there's replacement of the defibrillator, heart monitors, ongoing personal protective equipment needs, investment in public facilities to meet pandemic operational needs, which badge readers, investment in public facilities to meet pandemic operational needs, which is the community development contactless development software, ventilation improvements in key locations, the library, technology upgrades to streamline operations. That's critical infrastructure, cybersecurity, modernization. It also is telephone and network modernization, and also data center modernization. Small business infrastructure grant for outdoor dining, community violence intervention program, and emergency medical response costs for fire and police. Under negative economic impacts, proposed projects are community nonprofit agency grant assistance, utility bill relief program, household rent mortgage assistance, police department job training, employment support, public works apprentice program, youth employment program. Under services to disproportionately impacted communities, CityNet homeless service, pickleball court, outdoor fitness court, citywide park improvements, skate park, children's patio at the library, and refresh library firewall. Premium pay is premium pay. Under infrastructure, there's public works sewer infrastructure project and a public works water infrastructure project, which is water storage reservoir. Another water infrastructure project is replace aging transmission water lines from Park Hills tank site. And then another water infrastructure project, which is replace aging and failing water main drops that go under the storm drain infrastructure. And then there's also administrative costs for federal funding to manage and oversight of the ARPA SLFRF.
So one of the things I wanted to note here was that staff didn't necessarily identify the recommended projects that the council should fund. The only thing that we've done is we've
identified the projects that likely meet the criteria, and essentially would like the council to kind of have the discussion related to what are the projects that the council sees fit versus the staff being the one that is making the recommendations. We really want to get the information from the council on what the council prioritizes. These are just the projects that likely meet all the categories that have been marked off.
So based on the council's area of ARPA funding focused discussion on July 13th and the feedback from the community from the engagement survey and alignment with the strategic plan, the following projects are proposed for funding. The current total for funding for these proposed projects exceeds the city's ARPA SLFRF allocation the city has received. So staff is asking council for direction on if you wish to approve specific projects on the list or prefer other projects that staff can explore. So based on the Treasury's guidance and unique needs of the city, staff is recommending, does the council wish to utilize the standard allowance of 10 million? And what is the council's feedback on the ARPA eligible proposed projects for the distribution of funds based on the foundation formula of alignment with the city's strategic plan, initial council priority discussion on that was from the July 13th meeting, meets Treasury final rule, and is essential or very important to the community based on the engagement survey presented to council for discussion? And does the council wish to approve specific projects as listed in the attachments, or would you prefer other projects that staff can explore? In conclusion, the project matrix attachment 3 reflects these proposed projects to the foundation formula of those 4 items. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. All right, council, you're up.
Okay, I'll start it off. First of all, thank you for the presentation. A lot of work went into this, and it was probably a very difficult staff report to prepare in some kind of a logical fashion. So I'd like to thank all of the staff and the firm that helped us with the survey, because it's a lot of information to process, and I appreciate the foundation approach that was taken into consideration, looking at the 4 primary aspects, because I think that needs to be something that kind of guides where we go from here. One additional comment that I'd like to, just an observation that, and I appreciate all of the input from the various city departments that submitted their input on things that they'd like to see under the Christmas tree. It totals $31.4 million, and we're going to get something just short of $22 million. So I'm not a math wizard, but I'd say that our appetite exceeds our ability to pay for the menu. So we've got some whittling to do. And so that leads me to a question for staff, and maybe city attorney needs to chime in on this. Given the final federal decision on this, I like that they had a final interim. That's a kind of a contradiction of terms that struck me as odd, but the final, they came up with the concept of the standard. So there were there was one of the slides in the presentation that talked about things that did not meet the criteria for federal funding through ARPA. Would any of those items on the ones that were deemed not meeting the federal criteria, if the council opted to go with the standard $10 million, is there more wiggle room to consider items that would not meet the formula as far as having to articulate and define what those items would be?
Sure, I can.
Clear as mud?
No, it's as clear as the final rule was. On the legal side, I would just say I actually very much enjoyed the Treasury Department's attempt at rulemaking. At first, they came up with a very fancy formula that would explain to local governments how our revenues worked. And then when they got all the comments back from all the local governments, they realized that they have no idea how local government works, and opted to give local government an option, either to proceed with the formula-based approach or to take the standard allowance of 10 million, which I and other city attorneys have sort of compared to when you do your taxes. You can do the deductions and go through and do all the paperwork, or you can take that standard deduction and save yourself the heartache. And that's sort of what we have here. So you have the ability to take that standard allowance, and that would go towards revenue replacement. There are strings attached to that, but there are much fewer than you have for the rest of the ARPA funds. It does need to go and fund government services. There are limitations. We can't use it to fund settlements of lawsuits. We can't use it to fund pension liability. But other than those two big ones and a couple other smaller ones, your ability to use those funds is most similar to your ability to spend general funds. So could the city council use it to fund some of these projects that were not otherwise eligible under the Treasury rules? You could. You could use it to potentially fund most anything that you could ordinarily fund as a city. That helps.
Thank you for that, city attorney. And just one more comment on this before I turn it over to my colleagues. I think as we work through this, I think it's important to keep in mind the intent of the funding, because at least it's my understanding that the legislative intent was to help offset revenue losses and negative impact that was experienced by the community and by local government due to the COVID pandemic and the impacts that it had on businesses being able to operate and services to be able to be provided. So I think that, in my mind at least, needs to be kind of an overarching filter, if you will, that we need to look at these proposals. And I'll stop now.
It's okay with you guys, I think it is appropriate for us to take the standard, but I also do think we should have or make decisions with our member who's missing.
I'm glad you said that. That's top. I've got a list of things here that I to make comments on, and I agree. I think we should take the 10 million as a standard. What was it? Option, deduction, standard something, but also set this for a work study when we can all be here. And that I think some of the things on this list, when we get down to the nitty gritty, I'd like Lorena to have her magic calculator, and that we look at maintenance costs and ongoing costs of a lot of the things that is on this list. It's not just building something for, $850,000. It's what is it going to cost us internally to maintain that structure or that facility or whatever going forward. And then is that something we can build into the budget? Because we have to remember, this is one-time money. This is fantastic Christmas money, but it goes away. So on my list was, and also then to determine on this wish list, how many of these items can we get completed if we apply for grant funding? I'm all in favor of that $200,000 for grant management program. I mean, you've got my vote on that one completely. It is so important that we do something like that because I think we can really greatly expand our ability to qualify for grant funding. And my next item on there was also in some of these things to determine who and where, what entities can we partner with to get more bang for our buck. I mean, if it's on a youth program, can we work with Hemet Unified or some of the nonprofits in town? Who can we build a relationship with and a partnership with to expand on a program that we may not have the money to do the second time around. So, I mean, I think there's just I have more questions than answers on this, but this list is fantastic. And it's like, let's buy a lottery ticket because all of these things would be phenomenal for the city. But I think we have to look at it really more realistic and have that type of conversation that we've had in the past year where we just kind of sit down and take the gloves off and say, okay, now what do you really want to do? What is your priority? How can we come to an agreement? How can we compromise and get everything done that we want to get done? And I'm done.
I think we should also, I think we should have almost like a strategic kind of meeting involving this, but I want to involve the public. So something similar how we did at the library, where the public, everybody's invited to help weigh in on some of these decisions. Anybody want to make a motion for that? Unless there's no comments.
Oh, I just wanted to say I concur with the recommendation that we take the 10 million standard. I think that's reasonable.
Where did we find POLCO at? Or who is POLCO? POLCO? Is that just a?
So POLCO's a national research firm that does these types of surveys with cities, local agencies across the board, scientific based on not, creating questions that are biased or leading towards an answer. And that's the industry that they are involved with.
And on their surveys, what were the numbers of how many people took part in this?
Veronica, do you have the exact numbers? I know it was included in the backup. I don't know off the top of my head.
Like 96.
Are you asking about how many respondents we had?
Yeah.
Yeah, there were 92 business respondents and 273 resident respondents.
And how much did we pay for that?
Off the top of my head, I think it was a few $1,000s that we paid, I believe. I don't remember off the top of my head.
13,500.
I'm sorry?
13,500.
15,500.
13.
All right. Because I just see us spending money. And when we can do certain things ourselves, CityNet supposed to be cleaning up our streets. I seen one sidewalk that the lady disappeared for about a week and a half. 2 weeks later, the lady's back with a friend. So wherever they send her, she brought a friend back. And we're paying $1.8 million for that. We gotta put our money in other things. Our police, our firefighters, Measure U, use that. We gotta, I don't know.
You're hitting on some good things. As far as that lady is concerned, CityNet met with her on Lion. You're talking about on Lion in Florida, and she was offered a potential room, and they were ready for her to sign some paperwork, and they said they would be back the next day for her, and she disappeared on them. So that's why we couldn't find her for a week. So she hid for about a week, and then now she's back. And so there's this cat and mouse game between all the individuals on the street who CityNet is coming in contact with, This was an interim. This was an interim measure to get something started, get something going. We chose CityNet because of their expertise and of all of the Orange County and all of the other counties that they've been working in. It doesn't mean that any other nonprofits can't work with them. This was just something in the interim because we can't build a shelter tomorrow. We can't tell Valley Restart what to do. And I think I'll stand behind the amount of money that was sent to it, plus the amount of money that was sent to it isn't even our money, it's this ARPA money. So I think we did a good thing. You know what I mean? It didn't come out of our pocket, it's gonna come out of ARPA. And so going forward, it's like if we, like how Linda was saying, we can partner with different organizations to make sure that that there are some efforts being, but this situation is difficult to manage because you're talking about CityNet reporting that they've made special contact with people and they had rooms for them and the people didn't accept it. Valley Restart can also do the same thing and they don't accept it. So it doesn't matter who we hire, it's like no one's accepting anything. And I think we need to figure out solutions and stop arguing and complaining about what's in front of us. And that's why I want the public to be involved in how we spend this money going forward and strategic meetings like that, because I do agree with you. It just seems like we're just spending money. But at the same time, I think we're doing at least some due diligence on trying to figure out, because not only does CityNet get people off the street, they also have wraparound services. Valley Restart doesn't have any of these things, and they're already at capacity right now. I've been over there. They have they got like 3 acres in the back that a shelter could be built on. They got 1.9 acres in the front of it that they're talking about putting 6 tiny homes on. That just takes 6 people off the street. What do we do with the acres back there? We can't tell Valley Restart what to do. We could partner and support them maybe through some of the ARPA funds, but the complaints
and build something there on that 3 acres of property. I don't
something
know.
like
Something
that.
has to change. You mentioned to me that you got the Christian churches to help clean up.
We had a meeting a few months ago and we developed some agreements to have them assist with some of the maintenance activities that the council prioritized in the strategic plan. And so we're just waiting signatures and final edits back on that from any of the faith-based groups or the team internally.
Now, do you have designated areas for them to go to, or do they just randomly go somewhere and pick up?
No, it's all planned work. And as I believe, as a matter of fact, they're having a meeting tomorrow to go over some of those details. So they are coordinating that.
Warner and Stetson and Acacia and Elk.
Absolutely. I'm sure it's on our list. I know that we've got a bi-weekly meeting made up of Public Works, Community Development, the Fire Department, the Police Department that identify those locations. So we'd be happy to add those as well if they aren't on the list.
I like what you did with the faith-based organizations, and that's what we should be doing, is working with local nonprofit organizations to get this resolved, to help us get homeless off the street, to help us with the graffiti. And it would, save us a lot of money. A lot of money. Even though it's ARPA money, it's still money that can go somewhere else that could be used for something.
I don't know about the sentiment save a lot of money, because a lot of our faith-based and nonprofits are asking us for money.
But not $1.8 million.
Price.
They may.
I doubt it.
What do you need us, what would you like us to do tonight?
So ideally, I think the comments from the council have been great. Helps get us or give us an understanding of some of the next steps, including a community workshop, similar to what we did with the strategic planning discussions. The big question, I think, that if we could get direction on tonight would be the standard allowance. That would help us structure the next discussion around whether we're talking about a full $23 million, or are we talking about,
$10 million, $12 million. The standard allowance would help us understand which projects need to specifically be tied to ARPA and the ARPA rules. And then obviously the balance of that funding, as the city attorney mentioned, is a little bit, the council has some more flexibility. So the standard allowance for us is what we really need direction on so that we can help set the stage in the future.
I'll make a motion that we accept the standard allowance.
Do you need us to authorize the acceptance of the funds also, and then add that to your motion?
Go ahead.
Authorize the acceptance.
Okay. I move that we authorize the acceptance of the American Rescue Plan Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund in the amount of $21,674,344, and that we go forward with the standard
What's that called?
Allowance.
Allowance.
Standard allowance.
I'll second that. You did such a good job.
Jeez.
And when we say standard allowance, does that include everything they put in here?
No.
No.
Okay.
That's just
10
the
million.
$10 million standard allowance.
Well, you said 21.
That's the
Full
total
amount.
amount,
Okay.
but the 10 million of that is the standard allowance.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Next item is 15E. Do you have a staff report for that?
Yes, Lynn, did you want to give an introduction, or did you want Charles to take the lead on introducing this site? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead. I believe this is the net energy one that came up with the last discussion. So I'm sorry. This item before the council is a follow-up item from the last discussion. I believe Councilmember Brown brought this up, and so the city attorney has been gracious enough to bring this forward today. I do understand that the CPUC has pulled this, but I'll defer to the city attorney on additional detail.
Right. This certainly got put on our radar by Councilmember Brown, and apparently got put on everybody's radar the exact same week, because the CPUC, my understanding is they received over 300,000 public comments.
Yeah, residential solar roof people.
Yeah. So the short version of what's going on here is this state has had for over 20 years what's called net metering, which allows people who place solar panels on their roof to have the ability to sell back power to their utilities and receive a credit on their bill. We're going into what the state is calling NEM 3.0, net metering 3.0. And the idea here that was being proposed is, one, the amount of money that people are credited for generating electricity on their solar panels, they're looking at reducing that from the retail rate to the wholesale rate. That would mean that you would get paid less for generating solar that goes onto the grid. The other thing that they were looking at is charging what they're calling a tariff, or essentially a flat per kilowatt hour fee. Kilowatt hour is sort of the size of your panels. So the more panels you have, the more kilowatt hours you have, to essentially recoup sort of the cost of running the grid that isn't being charged to the individuals who have solar. There's obviously a very complex policy discussion at play here. Essentially, who should pay to keep the grid running? What is a fair price for the utilities to pay for generated electricity? And how long should somebody expect to get their return on their investment? If they're going to invest $20,000 into a new solar system, how long until that investment pays for itself through reduced electricity costs? All these things came to a head. You have the utilities who have their perspective. You have the solar power companies who obviously want to increase solar power usage. And it all came to the CPUC. It was supposed to be heard in 2 days. But after the significant public comments that came in, including some comments from the governor, telling the CPUC that they may need to really look at their new rule, looks like they are going to pull it and they are going to rework it. And so I expect that we will see a new proposed rule sometime in the future. And we will keep an eye on that. When we get the new rule, if the council directs us, we will bring the item back with another explainer describing the changes. And if the council wants to direct a comment letter be drafted for those new rules, we can do that at that time. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, I'd like to thank staff and the city attorney for jumping on this as quickly as they did. And I do appreciate the fact that the CPUC has a very complex situation that they have to try to address, and there's a lot of moving parts to it. But I think the key for me is the basic premise that people were asked and encouraged by the state to invest in alternative energy, and people undertook that endeavor and signed agreements with an understanding that there was a risk reward concept, and you invest in this and you redeem some rewards from it. And I think the premise of changing the rules of the game in the middle of the game is something that should be fundamentally opposed. So I would still advocate that we, because who knows when it's going to come back to the CPUC agenda and what it's going to look like. But I think it's important that we establish our foundation right now that says how we feel about it and that we oppose it. So the language that's here now, I think is sufficient to do that in the proposed verbiage. And if something dramatically different comes about, I think we could revisit that and compose a supplemental letter. But I think it's important that we talk about the principles that involved here and make our feelings known about it. That's my opinion. Weren't you listening?
I was.
Tune me out. No, I think my opinion is it's the basic principle of changing the rules in the middle of the game.
Oh, I agree,
And I
but
think
I mean, formulating a letter
I
and
think
sending it to them. or
I think
what?
we still go forward and send them a letter that essentially establishes a foundational position of the city, saying how we feel about it, and we'll see what comes forward in their revised proposal. And if we're content with how they've structured it, then we don't need to do anything. But if they come back with something that's still objectionable, we could take another shot at a sequel letter.
Is that your motion?
Yeah, is that your
Sure,
motion?
I'll make that a motion.
And I don't have a problem with that.
I'm not sure if our city clerk was able to capture all of that rambling.
I think I'll manage to get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. We speak the same language sometimes.
I heard send the letter, keep an eye on them, update the council if they bring back significant changes.
Exactly what he said. Very succinct.
Go ahead.
Much shorter too.
And I
Roll-
seconded that.
Roll call.
I have a motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
Sure, yes.
Mayor Lilienthal.
Why not?
That motion passes 4-0.
15F. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, this is the right one for Lynn to introduce this item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Lynn Merrill, Public Works Consultant. This is an item that has been in process since 2019. Was last brought to you in December of 2020. And so we are finally at a point where we can provide you with recommendations and suggestions as far as this program. With us tonight are a couple of the staff folks from Centrica who will be giving you some additional details that exceed my knowledge base for energy work. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and proceed with the presentation. Can we? There we go. I keep pushing, it wasn't working there. This actually fits very nicely under our strategic plan, organizational effectiveness to operate in a fiscally sustainable manner. It meets that strategic plan by reducing the city's use of electricity, water, and gas in city facilities, while allowing the city to enhance and improve the environmental quality of the valley through good stewardship of limited resources. And as I mentioned, this started actually in July of 2019. Centrica Business Solution Services approached the city regarding the performance of a preliminary feasibility assessment of city buildings. And the goal was to identify potential opportunities to improve and enhance the energy demands and usage. And that preliminary feasibility assessment was completed in June 2020 and identified 11 facility improvement measures. Those were brought forward to the council December 8th, where the assessment was identified significant energy savings and opportunities. And the recommendation was made to conduct an investment grade audit of all city buildings and facilities. And sounding like Larry from the mattress company, it was free. Council authorized no cost audit agreement, and that is what drove the process. Work commenced in January 2021. Centrica and staff met with the key departments throughout the city to determine both issues relating to energy and the life quality issues relating to HVAC and those areas. And then they proceeded to conduct a detailed audit of each building and facility to determine the current state and quantities of each component, such as lighting, transformers, HVAC systems, and irrigation elements. In your agenda package, you have about a 750-page report that documents quite a bit of this work that Centrica has put into doing this. In addition, they did a detailed 3-year review of energy demands by reviewing past electrical, water, and natural gas billings for each location. So there was a basis in order to make these recommendations, there was a basis established to measure it against. We received, the Public Works Department received the draft report in August of 2021. And we began working with both Centrica and the other departments and identifying, going through the recommendations to get feedback relating to the action items. And in addition, we spoke and worked with closely both the finance department and city manager in order to ensure that the most cost-effective and financially sound approaches were being developed. A key element from this audit was the determination that this recommended program could save the city up to 30% in electrical consumption, 9% in gas consumption, and about 4% in water consumption. Key elements of the recommendation included lighting retrofits in various buildings, HVAC upgrades and replacement in various buildings, including the library system that involved both a chiller and hot water, as well as building management demands. Upgrades to inefficient transformers and pump motors were appropriate. Recommended solar installation on the fire station 4 and public works yard, as well as a public safety resiliency plan at the police station and fire station 1, including a solar, microgrid, and battery backup. And I'd like to turn this over to Brett Watson from Centrica, and he's going to go through some of the details regarding the individual sites.
Thank you, Lynn. Good evening, City Council, Mayor, City of Hemet. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. It's an honor to speak before you today, and I appreciate the opportunity. So we've broken out the facility improvement measures into a number of categories specifically related to the departments within the city. I'm not going to go over every single detail because we would be here all night. And you have, as Lynn mentioned, a 750-page report to go through at your leisure. So I will hit some high notes, some things to get you excited about. So the first department we're looking at is for fire, specifically Fire Station 1, 2, and 4. A couple key notes to or for measures that we're recommending. Number one is window retrofits. So currently you have single pane windows, which were installed around when the building was installed. So we're recommending installing a retrofit, which would include a double pane window that's installed on the inside of the existing windows to essentially turn it into a triple pane window. The advantage of doing that is about half the cost of installing a new window. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The second big thing is a roof mounted solar array on at Fire Station 4. That building was actually built ready for solar, so it's a relatively easy installation. So if you were to implement all the measures listed on the previous slide, you're looking at about $17,370 worth of utility savings. One thing to know is these are first year utility savings. I'm sure everyone's noticed the increase in price on your Edison bill year over year. On average, over the past decade, we're seeing between 5 and 7% escalation year over year. So these first year savings will increase as those utility rates increase. You'd be looking at approximately $2,500 worth of repair and replacement savings annually for an installation cost of $580,239. So the next department we're analyzing is police. A couple big notes here. Specifically in this building, the HVAC controls are about 30 years old. They're actually working relatively well, but we're recommending replacing them with a modern solution that's going to be consistent throughout the city. So the burn on maintenance staff when a certain office is hot or cold, it is consistent and easier to manage. The next thing is window replacements, similar to what we discussed, or actually exactly the same as what we discussed at fire. One thing to know, in this building, there was a modernization that occurred about 5 years ago. So we will not be touching anything that's currently LED. We are going to be just replacing the antiquated lighting technologies with LED solutions and lighting controls that comply with California Title 24 Energy Code. So the first year utility savings, should you implement all the measures on the previous slide, are just over $22,000. That's electricity, natural gas, as well as water. Be looking at about $3,300 worth of annual maintenance savings for a cost of just under $700,000. So the next piece, and this is really one of the bigger pieces to the proposed project, is providing electrical resiliency at the police station as well as Fire Station 1, which is right next door. So this entire complex has a single electric feed from the grid. Now, currently, if the grid goes down, which it does from time to time, there's a single diesel generator that powers the entire building and really keeps the public safety IT infrastructure up and running. What we are proposing is installing a solar array in the parking lot, a nice shade structure for that summer heat. That coupled with a battery energy storage system and what is known as a microgrid controller. What that microgrid controller will allow us to do is integrate the solar array, the proposed battery energy storage system, as well as the existing diesel generator to allow you to essentially island from the grid in the event of a grid outage. So essentially what that will look like is, say the grid goes down during the day, that will allow the solar to power the entire building. When the sun goes down, obviously that solar system is not producing any electricity. The building will be powered by the battery energy storage. And should those batteries go down for some reason, then the diesel generator will kick on. So essentially now you have multiple levels of redundancy to keep the public safety IT infrastructure up and running. One of the other ancillary benefits of installing the battery energy storage solution is we will be able to reduce costs by offsetting electrical consumption during peak time of use periods. So all of this, should you decide to move forward with this, is going to cost just over $3.2 million. This has a 25-year cost savings of about $4.1 million. That's over the life of the system. So the next department we'll be looking at, we're calling them facilities. You can see the affected sites up above. Really the bulk of the work here will be occurring at the library. There are a couple big problems right now at the library. One is the chiller system. This chiller system is really on its last legs, and the Public Works Department has done a great job keeping it up and running. Should this chiller go down, there's no cooling for the library. So we are recommending replacing it with a similar type of chiller that has less of a maintenance burden on limited maintenance staff. The other big problem at the library is, again, an antiquated HVAC control system. Currently, the software that runs the control system is out of date, and you really can't get in to do simple things like changing temperature set points and schedules. So what we are recommending to do is to physically replace the entire control system and replace it with an open source software, so you never run into licensing issues ever again. Another big point on these group of facilities is installing a rather large solar array on the roof at the public works yard. So should all those measures be implemented, it would save you right around $172,400 first year on your utility bills. You'd be looking at about $9,200 worth of first year maintenance savings for an installation cost of $2.88 million. All right. So the next department we analyzed was all your parks. A couple big notes here. One being replacing exterior lighting with an LED solution. The real advantage here is a couple fold. One, light levels will be increased, which should increase public safety. Number two is these LED fixtures last 3 to 5 times longer what you currently have. So the maintenance burden of replacing burnt out lamps or burnt out ballasts will be greatly reduced. The other big piece here is water use efficiency by installing weather-based irrigation controllers. So should all those measures be implemented, you'd be looking at a first year utility cost savings of just over $16,600. You'd be looking at annual maintenance savings of $1,000 for an installation cost of just over $684,000. The next group of facilities that we looked at was lighting and landscape management districts. And these are pretty straightforward, very small sites. But the keynotes here are, again, replacing the lighting to improve light levels, as well as reduce maintenance burden for burnouts, as well as installing irrigation controllers for water use efficiency. Should all those measures be implemented, you're looking at a first year utility cost savings of $97,790. First year maintenance cost savings of $770 for an implementation cost of $1,026,848. And back to you.
Thanks, Brett. Total implementation costs of the proposal from Centrica is about $9,095,956. The annual savings to the city through the program in the first year are 508,221. Obviously, as what Brett mentioned, that's the first year. As time progresses and these savings are implemented, you could be seeing additional costs on a utility of 5 to 7% per year escalation. So while it looks the 500,000 is a significant amount of money in the first year, it's also the future costs that we're avoiding by doing these measures now. It'll allow us to accumulate additional savings on our utilities, our electric and gas. This program is actually allowable under California 4217 code program, and in that it allows the city to enter into an agreement with Centrica to perform the work without the typical CIP bid process. As mentioned earlier, normally what would happen in a bid process is that we would have to develop bid specifications for each of the buildings, go out for bids, which could, for either collectively or individually, which would be time consuming and potentially challenging. Because this program is a state program, it's in essence designed to offset the cost of additional generation. It's ironic that we were talking just a few minutes ago about the impact of the solar programs on the state. Well, this was actually a program that was designed to get these kind of energy savings into communities in a cost avoidance approach. So the state felt that this allowing a streamlined implementation approach was important, because it's, in essence, it saves you having to build additional generation capacity throughout the state to meet the critical demand. There are components in this that are the guaranteed energy savings per year that are used to finance it. So what, in essence, this approach, you use the energy savings to finance the entire offset. And so there is some small net cash returns if we were to finance the $9 million. There is a small amount of cash that would come back to the city, but the savings would actually be financed from the energy. The energy savings would finance the work that's being proposed here. So there is no additional cost to the city. It's not quite free, but it's a good way to be able to, implement and improve the efficiency of our systems without having to add additional costs to the system. We did, because we understand that, some of these elements have different life cycles, especially when you start talking about lighting and some of the other components. And so one of the things that we really worked with Centrica on, and we were really looking for, is how could we possibly do a mix of funding to reduce the amount that we would have to fund. So instead of funding $9 million, maybe there was a way that we could reduce that down. And so we looked at elements of the program that we could use through the other revenue sources in order to reduce the long-term financing. General fund balances, those could be considered. Water conservation programs through the city water division and EMWD. As we move into drought and the long-term effects of drought, there are typically programs that MWD, EMWD offer. And because of some of the things that we've been able to do with the city water in the last year, we have some additional funds that we can also put in to help reduce the expense on some of the water conservation measures within our city. And then other grant and funding through state and federal programs. And so what we've identified is some broad opportunities in the presentation that you just heard on the ARPA funding. One possibility might be to fund the library chiller system, hot water system, and building management system upgrades through ARPA, because based on the rules that have been developed, this is actually a health benefit because it improves circulation, improves the healthy climate interior environment in that program. Another area that we looked at is possible general fund balances to fund the key elements of the police department and fire department, to those, and I apologize for the about $1 million there, that could be funded from sources. And then saving the big items, the resiliency approach, as well as the solar on the fire station 4 and the public works building, using the bonding approach, because typically you see on a solar system that the life expectancy is about 25 years. And so it kind of makes sense to do a longer financing in that particular area. And then remaining is there's about $1.6 million that would, of other improvements throughout the system that would need to be considered. So the approach really can be anything from funding the entire $9 million through the energy savings to doing a mix of funding approaches. And that's what we're here tonight to kind of seek that same guidance as you were asked for from the ARPA, seek that same kind of policy direction on this program. So our recommended actions tonight is receive the report, propose recommendations, provide guidance to us regarding methods of financing and use of funds, and if appropriate, to direct the staff to bring the item back with any agreements to the council for further action. And so the next step, if the council were to give us direction tonight and say, go forth with the $9 million, there would be a public hearing that would have to occur relating to the financing. There would be work that Centrica would perform with financing agencies to identify and develop a bond pricing and everything like that. And then finally, that because this is on the council's list of future items, that we would ask that it be removed from the list. And so myself and Brett are both available to answer any questions.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions so far?
Yep. Good presentation.
Thank you.
I remember the first meeting that we had back in 2019. So it's taken a while, but here we are. I do have a couple questions. You've answered a couple of them already, which is very good. But on the LLMDs, do the revenues that are collected from that actually pay for the improvements?
In some cases, the revenues with older LMDs, the revenues may not be covering the existing costs. In those particular cases, trying to reduce the cost by installing irrigation equipment helps to bring that back in alignment. In other cases, yes, because there is funding that is built in for replacement of elements of the LMDs, that funding on an individual case-by-case basis could be used.
And you covered the life of the life expectancy of some of these improvements and things. And you're right. I mean, everything at the library is about 20 years old. It was opened in 2003.
The library is absolutely, as mentioned, library is absolutely a challenge for public works facilities staff. We chew a lot of bubble gum and use a lot of duct tape to keep them going. And it is a critical element that that we need to address some way. The library is very vulnerable in terms of possible failures because of that chilling system.
I really like the solution you've come up with for this police and fire in this area, because when we had a power outage this last summer, we ran into some real challenges trying to keep everything.
Well, in addition, for the council, last July, the main service line into the complex failed. And it was fortunate because our facilities people were in the area and saw what happened and realized that the generator was running and there was no reason for it. And we were able to determine that the power line had failed. Well, I think all of us held our breath when Edison brought their generator in and we made the switch over from our generator to theirs. And it was after we all did that we learned that most of our IT function is in this building. And had that transition failed, we would have probably taken out most of the city's operations. And so there was a lot of breath holding and finger crossing for command staff and for public works that evening. But the resiliency plan really does help us, because one thing that I've learned from the Centrica folks, I did learn some things, is the fact that when you just run solar, when the grid goes down, the solar doesn't work. This resiliency would allow us to become independent and be able to operate. So if there was a major event, and I can speak from an experience in the city of Rialto, we had a major wind event similar to what we just went through with the community, that their police station was down for 3 days. And because at the time, the size of their emergency generator, they were only running their operation, their dispatch center and their IT system, and the rest of the station was actually black, and it was without lights, and everybody's walking around with flashlights. And so those risks to public safety really have to be addressed in terms of this. And we think this is an elegant solution.
So I do know that most of our buildings are quite old, and in fact, all of our buildings are quite old. And the systems that we currently have, I know in the wintertime, you can hang meat in my office at City Hall, and in the summertime, you better go in wearing a bikini and having a water spritzer with you, because it's very, very hot. But I do have one remaining question. And you had up there, one of the facilities is the shooting range. What did you find about saving money at the shooting range?
So it's pretty simple. Number one is lighting. So there's some lighting. Obviously it's not used very much, but again, it's a maintenance issue. The second is there is HVAC there. We walked in, it was obvious that it hadn't been used for a couple days, and it was quite pleasant. This was in the middle of the summer. So the HVAC was on. So installing some controls to be able to manually turn it on or off, remotely would help that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Great presentation, and thank you very much. And thank you, Lynn.
Any other questions or comments?
How long do you think this system will pay off? I mean, is it like a 20-year period until it starts paying off for the city?
So I mean, that really depends on how you decide to finance the program or fund the program. Simple payback, we're looking at about 18 years if you were to just, I know this isn't cash. And then there's obviously financing options that would either extend that or reduce it.
Can you repeat what you said about the 18 years?
Sure. So simple payback, meaning the savings over the life of the system divided by the cost of the system divided by the lifetime savings. About 18 years.
Okay, so it sounded like, or at least what I heard was that the savings pay for the plan.
Correct. So most cities that we work with will finance the entire cost of the project. How the payments work annually or quarterly, however it's set up, is the payments will never exceed the annual savings. So it will always be budget neutral or cash flow positive back to the city.
Okay, and then do you have any? Is the word a la carte? A la carte? You know what I'm talking about? Do you?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So in the report that's provided in the packet, everything's broken out, and we can provide to council a much easier to read and spreadsheet that has everything broken out should you desire.
Because there are some areas that probably don't really need I'm just trying to figure out how to justify 9 million. I mean, we had some comments earlier about us just spending money. So,
Well, if I can just add to that, you know, you look at the total thing and it's a lot of money. If you look at, and I think this is where we have to take into account employee workers' comfort levels. I mean, when a system is failing, you have issues. If it's too hot in your office or too cold in your office, too cold, you go plug in one of those little heaters and then you have the risk of fire and all of those other things. So I understand that. I wish we had, you know, $9 or $10 million. We could just pluck off the tree and just say, here, you know, take it.
We have $10 million.
We're not going to spend it though. You know, it is that type of thing. It needs to be prioritized, and I think we need more discussion. But it's bottom line, in my personal opinion, it is something that we need to seriously go forward on.
My name is Trevor Nelson. I'm the general manager for Centrica. If I could just respond to your comment, Mayor. It's not that the city would be spending $9 million. Actually, you're not spending anything. We are paid through a financer, and the city pays the finance. You know, if the project is financed, then the city is paying the financer out of the money that you would be spending anyway, right? Like you're spending all this money with SoCal Edison, and instead of paying all that money to SoCal Edison, you're instead saving that money and paying for these infrastructure upgrades. Does that make sense?
did you guys look into what would happen if are we going to leave the grid? Well, aren't there fees like when, are there going to be fees if we have solar and it makes it look like we left the grid?
So the only time you would leave the grid is if the power went down, right? So you would not want to leave the grid if the grid were up and you're generating solar, because net metering allows you to then gain credits by what you're not using in the building and feeding back into the grid. So you wouldn't want to, at least under the current net energy metering guidelines, to completely island at this point.
Are you thinking along the line of Western Energy?
Yes.
And what we went through? Yeah, this isn't like that.
WC is
yeah.
Okay, hold on for a second. Okay, guys, humor me for a second. Chief Poos, do you have any comments on any of the things they were talking about the police department?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, nothing's free. Just want to put that out on the table. But some things I looked at, obviously, when you look at the whole packet that's provided to you, obviously I wish I had that magic calculator that Lorena has, but it just didn't add up to me regarding some things with the PD. We just modeled the police department, which is probably 80% of this building, separate from fire. And the cost of changing of light bulbs or lighting will be $155,000, including no action in this area. So we're just talking about administration upstairs, which I think the costs were a little too high. I have to be a good steward with the public's funds, and with the remodel, I really think we have more time. That was less than 5 years ago. I'd hate to scrap new things that we just purchased to put other new things in. We here in Hemet, we got to use things to the very last minute. These are public funds. Those are some concerns I have. Now, really, we've been in this building for 50 years. So when I looked at this, it was a 25-year savings. So preceding this council, you might start thinking about how we're going to house our police and fire in the next 25 years and spend that funding. 3.2 million for the solar. What I did with my math, like I said, I didn't have that magic calculator. It didn't add up. With the savings of 67,000 a year, it just didn't add up. And I understand the increase in electricity and things like that. So those are just some concerns. Now the a la carte, I agree with that. There's some things I think our facilities really need to upgrade, and those we need to look at. But just for the PD, I'm speaking on behalf of the PD, I think we're fine for at least another few years. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. And like I said, I think other facilities definitely need some retrofitting with those needs. If we walk through again and decide, hey, specifically what things are we going to change out, and have your department heads really take a look at that and what, you know, is going to be cost savings to the city. And I think that we could digest that a little better. Hopefully that clarifies. I have had this discussion with the city manager as well, and as with Lynn Merrill. So I think those things we got to look at, but I think, you know, a la carte is a good way to go. Really take, you know, step back and say, hey, are we going to really occupy these facilities in the next 25 years? Because that's where it shows the savings. And that's my understanding.
I do want to add something to this, and I don't want to make it appear as if we didn't talk to all the departments. So I know that Lynn and the Centrica team did spend quite a bit of time with all of the operational departments to go over some of these details. This did come up, I believe, on Thursday evening, and so we didn't have enough time to go through all of the specific questions that Chief Poos raised. But there were some significant discussions with all operations and departments before this was brought to the council tonight. So I think there are some valid points there. We just wish that there would have been a little bit more time on the front side to, you know, wade through some of those and potentially present it a little bit differently to council if that was some of the concerns that the chief did have.
Is there a way to get verification that we won't get hurt by SCE? Let me find out. We make a decision like this, and then something like WCE happens.
I'm not sure if the Centrica team knows what the issue was with the WC Energy. If I recall correctly, they filed for bankruptcy.
Yes.
And left a lot of the cities hanging with their program. I think that's something that we would have to dig into for you a little bit more. We believe that the program that's being presented, because it is providing energy savings, existing energy savings, one of the key elements of the approach is a review process that occurs annually to verify those savings in order to make sure that we are getting what we asked for. And so that is a critical element of this program. And I think that may be different than what occurred with, again, I'm not familiar with that, so I'm a little at a disadvantage. But just to kind of build on what the city manager and Chief Puss indicated, one of the things that we have already started with Centrica was to build a list and to go through that list with the two chiefs to make sure that we are identifying all of the elements that are critical, and to make sure, as you mentioned, to kind of do an a la carte approach to ensure that we are getting the best value for the city's dollar.
Okay, so then, but you guys, so can you come back up? So you guys are sure that we won't have like any departing load fees?
Departing
sure.
load fees? No, no. So the only thing that I can think of is the changes to net energy metering, where if what the public utilities have submitted to the CPUC does go into effect as early as June, there are fees for being tied to the grid, even if your solar array is offsetting all of your load. But under the current NEM 2.0 that we're under, that is not the case. And we are hoping to move forward and submit your interconnection application and have that received and approved by SoCal Edison before the deadline of the changeover between NEM 2.0 and 3.0. But there's no other fees that I'm aware of. And for what it's worth, I can't speak to the issues that you had with that other company. Centrica is over 200 years old. We've been in business in California for over 20 years. And we stand behind the energy savings that we're projecting. And if the savings come up short, then we will write you a check for the difference.
And I think it's important to note that this is energy conservation savings. We keep talking about leaving the grid. That's not what this is proposing. This is, in essence, ensuring that our buildings are airtight, our HVAC system is at the highest efficiencies possible throughout the system. So it's not a matter that we're trying to leave the grid with solar or anything like that. We are in essence trying to create a much more cost-effective energy system. I did ask Brett if he knew how much money we spend a year in electrical and in gas and everything, and unfortunately we don't have that. But you see $500,000 savings in the first year. If you multiply that over 25 years, that's a significant dollar amount in it itself. So it's kind of like, you're making sure that instead of having the most inefficient, to use a car analogy, instead of having a car that gets 15 miles to the gallon, we're going to an EV that is going to, or a hybrid that's going to allow you to run longer, but with less costs. And that's really what this program is evolved in.
So one more time, savings of $508,000 a year.
That is the first year savings cost that would go up. That savings would increase as the utility bills, electric costs would go up as well. So this would be first year. We would be able to run I believe we would be able to run a 25-year projection as far as what the total savings would be for all of the recommendations if the council desires that. We would have to make some assumptions about what we think the electric bill is. As Brett mentioned, we've seen over the last 10 years a 5 to 7% per year increase in our electric bills. So it's, if we use something like a 5%, that would be a way to do that. We could also run some additional cost numbers.
Are you guys okay with and the a la carte?
I'd like to make a couple comments and ask a couple questions, if I may. First of all, I think this is not in any stretch similar to the WCE venture. That was a JPA that was created by 6 different jurisdictions to basically provide energy purportedly at a savings as compared to SCE. That venture failed because of some bad information and projections that really have nothing to do with what is being proposed here. So I think it's an apples and oranges comparison. So
they're projecting too.
Well, they are, but it's not the same kind of a venture. It's not a JPA. It's not something where we're getting into generating and selling energy. What they're talking about is efficiency savings. So, like I said, it's an apples and oranges comparison between the two. I understand the concern, and I think we need to move judiciously on looking at programs like this. I hear what Chief Poost is saying, that they're operating out of a 50-year-old building. So when you're talking about projecting out cost savings over 25 years, that there's a presumption that we're going to be operating out of the same facility 75 years. And I don't think any of us have a crystal ball to really comfortably say that that's feasible. But I certainly agree that there's a number of areas where we could experience substantial efficiency savings and operational savings, and employee comfort is a critical component of that. So I like the idea of the a la carte pricing to see, because I kind of view this as we've got some that absolutely need attention, like the library, that is basically band-aided together. And then we have others like the police facility that maybe we don't really need to do too much, because somebody could come along and we have a bond measure to build a whole new public safety facility, and everything, all the projections kind of disappear. So I think the a la carte approach makes a lot of sense. I am a little bit concerned about what the future is based on our conversations that we already had about what SCE is trying to do with their NIM calculations and where they're going with that. I think that's kind of the X factor that we don't know about. And you're making your assumptions reasonably. I'm not saying that they're flawed, but they're based on some assumptions that nothing's going to change, and we don't know that yet. We don't know where that other shoe is going to drop with what SCE does and what CPUC does. So I think that's something that we need to factor into the decision making. I wholeheartedly agree with the things like the more efficient HVAC controllers and the ability to remotely control things. You can have a robust operation full of people in every office space one day and then have it different the next day. And the ability to remotely control what's operating in what office area is critical to cost savings of energy usage. I do have a question. I like the concept that's proposed for the PD with the sustainability. I think that's an absolute criticality with public safety. There's an expectation that those critical facilities are maintained 24/7, no matter what hits us. And so having some redundancy absolutely makes sense to me, because you've got to have the full spectrum of time considered. And so one question relative to that is, okay, so you're proposing a solar array that would sustain operations during sunlight, and they would also be feeding into the battery for storage, and then the battery could sustain operations during darkness. The generator, if the generator is running, would it also recharge the batteries in that scenario?
Yeah, so if that generator did kick on when the batteries hit, below their useful level, it will first go to powering the building. Anything that it's not being used then would go to recharging the batteries.
Yeah. Well, I think conceptually those kinds of things are really important for us to be looking at, and would have a very high priority on my list of things to do. But I really do advocate that we look at some kind of a la carte approach so that we can have a better idea of how to prioritize. I think that would be helpful to us. And I'll quit because we're past our curfew. So if you need me to make a motion that we go past our curfew, I'll do so now. Yes, that's my motion, that we extend past our curfew.
Do I have a second?
choice. Second. I do have a question though.
I don't know, man.
We need to deal with the motion.
Oh, the motion, I'm sorry.
Can I have a roll call? Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Mails.
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal. Yeah. That motion passes 4-0.
How can I ask my question? All right. Excuse me. You mentioned something about the payment, our payment to pay for this system will never be higher than our savings. Is that correct? So we're paying, our savings is 580,000 a year. So we'll be paying back 580,000 a year. Is that how that works?
508. Yeah, I mean, there's different ways of working that financing, but it will never exceed those annual savings. Correct.
Never exceed. Okay. So it could be 48,000 a month. Yeah. So we're looking around 50,000 a month.
Sure. So usually they're either quarterly payments or semi-annual
Okay.
payments.
One more question.
And that's if you finance the whole thing, which is very common in our industry to have the public agency finance the entire amount. If you don't finance the entire amount, then you're not making any payments on that amount, of course.
Right.
Right. The idea is that California Government Code 4217 allows for this type of project where the energy savings exceed the incremental cost of what you would be paying for that electricity if you were consuming it. And it applies whether you're financing the deal or whether you're paying, CapEx, if that makes sense.
One more question. Through your analysis of all the buildings, was there a top 3 that needed your services right away, and which 3 are the buildings that need it?
Sure. So library is your highest energy consumer out of all your facilities, and it is in the most need of maintenance services. I would say that this facility, which I'm including police and Fire Station 1, as well as City Hall.
And another way to think about it too is, there are lots of different types of energy efficiency measures and generation measures. And of course, lighting LED retrofits have a relatively quick payback, as well as solar generally. And what we often do in these types of projects is we use those quicker payback, really good looking measures on paper to help pay for some of the other things that a city wants or needs to do, but doesn't have, the budget to do, like replacing HVAC equipment is very common. We see that we run into these systems that are 30 years old, 25, 30 years old, and there's no budget to replace them. So a program like this allows for that lighting and solar efficiency to pay for things that the city really needs. And we are absolutely committed to putting together a project that works for the city and is exactly what you want and nothing more. So yeah, we look forward to figuring that out with you.
I have one more question brought up all about this resiliency thing. Because the microgrid and resiliency system is the 3.2 million. So if this building burns down or we build a new one back over there someplace, will this resiliency system transfer to a new building?
Cost.
That would be very difficult to do. I mean, the solar arrays are planned to be or proposed to be carport structures, which are drilled down, anchored.
But it'd be in the parking lot.
Parking lot, correct. So
Of the library.
Yeah. I'm sorry?
Of the library.
Right. So in between these two. If you knock down the Simpson Center and built a new building there, then we could potentially trench power over there. But I mean, going across streets, anything like that would.
But if it were in this complex of where actually the new City Hall Police Department Station 1 for fire is supposed to be the second portion of what the library is. That's over in that corner. This one would be in this corner, and it would be connected with a open space green. So what I'm saying is, if we're spending 3.2 million on a microgrid, could it be connected up to another building in the same vicinity? Or if this is built bigger or added 3 more stories to it or something like that, could it still maintain its efficiency and its use? Or does it just become obsolete if it's no longer connected to this building?
There would definitely have to be some engineering that went into that, because the microgrid system is sized for this
Okay.
complex. There would have to be some more engineering that would go into it, but
I didn't expect it to be a play and plug or whatever, that plug and play. But at least, I mean, for something that costly, you would think that it could be modified to be used in the same, in close proximity in another building. That's my personal opinion, and I'm not an engineer, and I'm not connected with any of these. I just come up with some real weird ideas. I want to save money, but I want a resiliency system for our police and fire.
I think it's reasonable to, because of the way the existing electrical system comes into the building, and because of the way the complex here between the library and the police station and the fire station is set up, it's not out of the question that we could repurpose the microgrid. But as Brett mentioned, if you're building, if you're at a certain size and we double the size, obviously the grid, even though there'll be Title 24 efficiencies in the new construction, you still would have, you might not be able to meet all the energy demand in the new system. Having said that, part of what you might do with the energy system, part of it, if you're designing a new building, obviously then we would want to engineer that into the new building so that you could reuse the resiliency, the microgrid battery system, and then add to it as part of your new construction. So it would not be unrealistic to be able to repurpose it. As Brett said, if we're talking about, well, we're going to build the police station over by Station 4, a new one, you've got to be able to be within that area to be able to make that, make those connections.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
I just have one other question that I forgot to ask. On your projections, you've got the landscape maintenance districts, and not that long ago, we acquired all of the streetlights and from SCE and transitioned them to LEDs. So I'm presuming that a lot of those streetlights were in the landscape district. So are you factoring that in, that we already have hundreds of streetlights that have transitioned to LEDs already?
Yes, the lighting that they identified in the LMDs is actually non-LED light. LMDs and the LED lighting, it is getting late, this is replacing light fixtures that are parkway lights, walkway lights, similar to what is along Sanderson.
Because I noticed that, like one of the areas was the Heartland project. And I know that gated community of Four Seasons has compilation of HOA owned streetlights and city owned streetlights and Edison owned streetlights that were not part of the ones that the city acquired. So there's a mixture of the old sodium vapor lights and LEDs in there. So is that part of what you're talking about with the landscape maintenance districts, or would that?
I believe that the way we looked at it was we made sure that we were not addressing the streetlight conversion that was just recently done. These were existing walkway lights, or as I said, the type of lighting that is along Sanderson with the two gooseneck fixtures. it would be covering those fixtures. It would not be dealing with any of the street
Got it.
lights. That's a separate program that has
Thanks.
been completed.
It's empty.
How do we tell them to figure out a la carte stuff?
I think we should just direct staff to next steps relating to the selection, implementation, and financing of audit recommendations and bring it back to council.
Okay, so if we did a la carte, can we add more later?
We can do anything we want, Malcolm. We
But
just
it's-
have to figure out how to pay for it.
Okay.
Chris, what do you need for us to do?
So there was some really good conversation about some high priority areas that I heard the council ask. I think it was Councilmember Mails that asked, what are the high priority areas from a kind of efficiency standpoint? And I did believe there was some discussion about the library, City Hall, and then the police station. If there's a priority area that the council has collectively in terms of areas that they would like to explore, we would, take that information and revise whatever information that the council is directing us to specifically look at, and then bring something back. I don't know if that alters anything on the Centrica side, if it's a complete package deal, or if that's an opportunity that we would be able to go down based on the council direction.
I like his, he said the library, station 1, 2, and 4, and something else that he highlighted. What do you guys think? And then minus all of the other.
So maybe you can reiterate what you had mentioned were the top priority areas.
Because on the slide it said fire station 1, 2, and 4, and then it said the library, and then maybe it was this building.
I think the three priorities that Centrica identified were the library as number 1, the police and fire station 1 complex is number 2, and City Hall is number 3. Those would be the 3 highest demand areas. That it sounds like that's what the council's looking at us to evaluate.
But I think at this point, I would like to see financing option, what it would cost the city if we finance the entire program. We need to know what it's going to cost us before we go into it.
So the key part of that is we included some potential funding sources. So it really depends on whether the council has an affinity to finance the entire thing.
But that's an option, and I think we need to know that option.
Or if the council wants to utilize some sort of fund balance, whether that's the general fund, because the other component of this too is the fact of, one of the potential ARPA projects that was identified in the list was the use of ARPA for the library project. So, that could be an eligible expense that we believe we could probably be able to expend in the time frame for ARPA. It really depends on what the council's desire. Is it really to finance everything? Is it to fund a portion of it with fund balance that exists in the city? That's really the direction that we're looking for. If the council said, well, we want to finance everything, well, we can certainly do that. Or if there's a combination that the council would like to explore, that's the direction that we're seeking.
Okay, how about this? Come back with financing all of it. Financing all of it less the library. Financing all of it less fund balance. Or financing the rest of it minus library and fund balance, ARPA funds. And because that gives us, that's our only options.
But wouldn't we remove the police station? Because
It
I want to call him General, 4-star General, but Captain Pust
It
said that
it depends on what the council prefers. That's really the direction. If that's the direction of the council, then we can certainly do that, but it's dependent upon what the council desires. Lynn, were you going to say something about this?
The only other item that I would suggest that the council exclude from that is the irrigation controllers. I believe that we've got enough resources available through other means to finance the water conservation programs. So we would probably respectfully request that that be not considered as part of the 9 million. But I believe that the strategy that Councilmember Krupa is describing would be very easy for us to put together. We could just put together several scenarios and bring that back to the council as potential financing options, including excluding the resiliency, so that we can give you kind of a better picture of what your financial options would be. And then at that point, then the council maybe engage in the how do we pay for it at that point.
Now, there is a key part that when we talk about fund balances, there are various fund balances there. You've got general fund balance, which is non-Measure U, obviously, and then you've got Measure U. So if the council prefers not to use any sort of Measure U for any of the public safety facilities, then that's a key question as well, because it does alter the scenario, what bucket it comes out of. So that is something that the council may want to consider at the dais as well, so that we can, we don't want to come back and say the use of Measure U and then, get blasted from the council, say, well, we didn't direct you to think about that. So that's something that we would also want the council to provide direction on as well.
How about he provides us direction, or how about we provide him direction saying, look into what it would take to finance the entire amount, look into what it would take to use maybe the general fund and finance the rest, look into using Measure U and financing the rest, but most importantly, look into, he mentioned some programs from EMWD. Are there grants that we can go after that could lower the money down?
That was what I was going to say too. What's the probability of getting some state or federal grants to take care of some of this?
It wouldn't necessarily be
Process.
state, federal grants, but because of the drought, typically what we've seen in the past with drought situations is there's a lot of money to do programs such as turf removal. I know that I did a program over in San Jacinto where we were successful in getting almost $700,000 to convert the Rancho San Jacinto area to drought tolerant, and it was paid through MWD. So we believe strongly that there is funding available both within our own operation for those areas that are serviced by the city, as well as EMWD will be working towards getting those kind of funding. That's why, we feel comfortable with that, suggesting that irrigation components, be excluded. We not to preempt Lorena's presentation on the mid-year, but one of the key elements in that is that we're suggesting in 4 of our park sites to move forward with the satellite-based controllers. And so we it's a matter of that we do have some funding that we can use that doesn't require long-term bond financing.
So Mayor, what I heard the discussion about was, a mix of funding, including Measure U, including general fund, including bond financing. So we just want, complete direction on the mix of funds that we would come back as potential options for the council. So that's really what we're looking for, that specific direction.
It's like, bring us back every type of funding source you can figure out.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, go outside the box and figure out how we don't use general fund or even Measure U. You know what I mean? Even though you're going to tell us what it would mean if you did take money from Measure U, we're just trying to figure out, we want you to bring back to us what it would look like to finance the a la carte things using different sources. If we can fulfill it all with grants, the whole 9 million, you know what I mean? Something like that.
So I would be looking for that broad motion and the direction.
Right. One more question. You mentioned if we went with the entire program, the 9 million, that we would be financing it through another entity. It would not be bond financing. I mean, is it another company out there that floats all of this and then we pay them off? I mean,
Yes, yeah. So it is a third, yeah. So we don't finance
Not
our own
bond fund.
projects. Correct. So, there's a number of different ways that the funds are secured. And we would just have to collaborate and connect you with the proper broker.
that just to get whatever their financing rate is, that would be awesome.
Absolutely. Financing rates look pretty
Okay.
darn.
Very good. Because it's like, no, nobody issues bonds for $9 million.
And the nice thing about being a public agency is that you have access to tax exempt municipal leases, which is basically, finance it through a financer. I mean, it could be Bank of America. We have different people that we work with that do these energy projects for cities regularly.
Bank of America's got all this money right now.
Well, the advantage is that, the financer, when they finance a public agency, they don't have to pay any taxes on the profit that they make. So it comes back to you in the form of a very low interest rate, lower than what, you would feasibly get if you had a mortgage.
Okay, thank you.
Is the council in agreement with that
Yeah.
by consensus?
Such measure.
No, I think we need to know what we could use it for.
So I heard no and I heard yes. What?
No measure you?
All the other funding sources.
Okay.
Is that the council's pleasure?
Right, we're just getting prices.
This is just a conceptual, something for us to come back. What's touchable, what's not, what bucket can be used,
That's
what
it.
buckets can't be used. There is no commitment.
Comprehensive. Give us every option that's available to us.
Yes, so all use of funds that we'll bring back as a concept. There's no commitment.
We're not committing.
Yeah,
to
they're not, there's
accept-
no resolution, there's no agreement that's coming forward. It's just, this is what a funding plan might look like. Yes. Yes.
With the bank information.
I've got Linda saying yes, Malcolm saying yes, Russ saying yes. Okay, Joe?
How many people are glazed over?
Measure U is going to be for fire engines, police cars, whatever. We can put a sign on and say funded by Measure U. We can't put a sign on this stuff and say funded by Measure U.
So is that a no from you?
If you're going to use Measure U, yeah.
Just an option.
Okay, all right. I got my direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
What are we on? $15G.
Evening, Mayor and Council. 5 minutes. Okay, we'll move right to staff recommendations.
I'm starting the timer right now.
Okay. So tonight, I'm here to present, yes. I need 2 motions, actually. Tonight, I'm here to present the mid-year review, which includes where we are year to date, well, through December 31st of 2021, and then the recommendations for any mid-year changes. This is in line with the strategic plan, and it falls under organizational effectiveness to operate in a financially sustainable manner. So we will start with the second quarter financial update. This is for activity through December 31st of 2021. General fund overall revenues are where they're expected to be for this time of year at 33.5% compared to last year's 38%. Measure U revenues are within that 33.5, but looking at them by themselves, it's 33.7% of the initial projections. While these projections are slightly lower than last year for the same time period, projections for this fiscal year are actually higher, meaning that revenues are more in line with where they should be at this time. Property taxes, as of the end of the second quarter,
Most property taxes have not been collected, although year-to-date revenues are slightly above last year's amounts collected. So we tend to get a lot of late payments, past dues, delinquent payments that haven't been made. That's what's come in. When I compare it to last year, we are above where we were last year. Business license renewal revenues are where they are expected to be at 51% of budget. As I was preparing this, I just looked to see what January revenues were for business license, and we've collected over 100,000 just in the month of January, which means we're close to 100% of our business license revenues. Library staff has been very busy processing passports. The library budget has already exceeded its revenue projections for the year for this service. Revenues for this line item were estimated at 5,000, and as of December 31st, they had collected $20,720. Community development revenues are at 99% of their annual budget. Continued increases in development projects submitted for review are reflected in these numbers. These numbers also include engineering plan review, so it's a combination of both. This is a breakdown of revenues year to date, with Measure U representing 21.8% of total revenues and sales tax representing 26%, and then all the other smaller pieces are laid out there. On the general fund expenditure side, through the end of the second quarter, most departments are under budget. Overall general fund expenditures are at 43.4%, slightly lower than last year's expenditures. And I know there was concern about not isolating the Measure U expenditures. Measure U expenditures are at 44.2%. So near where they should be, but still below. Public safety is working closely with human resources to fill any vacancies that they have, which would bring those numbers up. And one other thing that I do want to mention, it is normal for general fund expenditures to outpace revenues at this time of year because property taxes come in delayed and sales taxes are always 2 months behind. Property taxes will get a big payment in late January, early February, after everybody's paid their property taxes. So they were due December 10th. County has to process, and then they'll send our payment. We should see it either at the end of this month or early next month. And so that's why when you look at it in December, absolutely, we're spending a lot more than we've brought in, but we know that that money is going to come in. For mutual aid, go ahead.
I'm sorry, was that to echo a comment that was made earlier that it looked like we were?
That is to answer her concern. I want to make it clear that this is normal and it happens every year. Mutual aid expenditures with the fire season that has proven to be much busier than expected. Fire mutual aid expenditures have outpaced projections. Fire crews have been busy assisting in fires throughout the state. Mutual aid expenditures are reimbursed to the city by the state, although payments are delayed. However, there is no true net expense to the city. So you'll see that it does look like it's upside down. We will get reimbursed eventually. And then this is a breakdown of our general fund expenditures with, oh, these numbers are so small. With police at 50.7%, fire at 26.9%, which is about normal, and then the other departments are scattered throughout the balance of that. On the non-general fund side, revenues are outpacing expenditures in most funds. With an increase to development impact fees are also outpacing projections. The water fund has spent about 15% of its budget. The water utility program has several large projects that have not yet been completed. Some of them have not yet been started. And the water revenues are just over 33%. So at this time of year, departments and divisions regularly review their program budgets to ensure adequate funding exists in order to continue providing services to the community, and will periodically make requests for adjustments. Annually at mid-year, a thorough review is completed, giving operations an opportunity to bring forward to council items that they deem critical to their operations but were unknown at the time that the budget was prepared. These items assist departments as they work through meeting their strategic plan goals. So to go back, council approved the budget for fiscal year 2021 on June 25th of 2021. It was a balanced budget with several cost-saving measures implemented, as well as some use of one-time monies. I believe that was all in Measure U. Departments continue to monitor their budgets to ensure spending limits and strategic plan goals are met. To give an overview of the economy, of where we are and what we can expect. On a national level, the economy is expected to continue to grow 3.5% to 4% for 2022. Holiday spending is reported to have risen 8.5% over last year. Inflation is expected to fall to 2.6%. I know, but it's expected to fall by the end of 2022. And some of the factors that can affect that are that will make it continue is the supply chain issues and strong consumer demand. What will bring it down is the Federal Reserve changing their interest rate, and they have indicated that there is interest in increasing it in March. On a state level, the UCLA Anderson forecast expects job growth to slow in sectors with high levels of personal contact, meaning that consumers will continue to purchase goods versus experiences per se, like vacations or things like that. California's unemployment rate is expected to average 5.6% in 2022 and then decrease to 4.4% in 2023. And inflation at the state level is expected to remain high. At the local level, the Hemet economy remains strong. In fiscal year 2020-2021, the Bradley-Burn sales tax exceeded projections by over $4 million. Measure U alone exceeded projections by just under $4 million. Unemployment rates continue to drop, with the most recent report for the Riverside and San Bernardino region reporting an unemployment rate of 5.4%. General fund revenues are projected to end higher due to the increase in sales tax and Measure U transaction tax reports. And one of the things that I do want to mention is, although it seems like, you know, we haven't really collected that much and we are always 2 months behind, when I compare year to date December 31st, 2021 to year to date 2020, we are tracking higher. So I'm confident in increasing our projections for the current year. In community development, as we saw, they've spent nearly 99% of their budget, meaning they're bringing in revenue. The increase in development and permits being issued supports the increase in revenue projections for planning, building, and development programs, and the development program is under engineering. With the increase in development and a strong housing market, property taxes are also projected to increase. As discussed previously, mutual aid reimbursements will increase due to the higher than projected fire season and the assistance provided by the City of Hemet Fire Department throughout the state to combat fires. There are a few staff items that staff proposes to decrease due to lower than expected collections year to date. And so here's a summary, and I summarized it by category, not specifically by line item. All the line item detail is in the staff report. But property taxes, we are proposing to increase the projections by $320,000. Sales tax, this is only Bradley-Burn sales tax. we're proposing to increase by 750,000 to 14 million for the year. Measure U, we're proposing to increase by 1.2 million to 13.2 million. Mutual aid, we're proposing to increase by 700,000, and you'll also see a request to increase on the expenditure side for the same amount of 700,000. Library is proposing to increase 30,000. Police is proposing some decreases, which are 62,000. Fire services are proposing some decreases of 11,000. Community development, an increase of 272,000 for plan check. And engineering, an additional 115,000. So the proposed amendment to revenue projections is $3,314,000, of which 1.2 million is Measure U, 2,114,000 is all general fund non-Measure U. On the expenditure side, departments such as community development and public works have requested increases to professional services contracts to support the ongoing increase in development. So both departments or programs use professional service contracts rather than hiring a lot of staff when they have big influxes of work and then having to lay them off when things slow down. Professional services contracts allow them to have the flexibility to increase and decrease as they need. Plan check services are reimbursable through user fees, meaning that there's an equivalent increase in revenues to support these expenses. So those increases that we saw earlier for community development and engineering, now you're going to see the expenditure side of that request. The city treasurer has requested the addition of a part-time management analyst to assist with monitoring investments and researching government code. The ongoing cost for this item can be anywhere between $71,112 and $95,292 per year. Staff is requesting specific consideration on this item alone, and then the rest of it can all be under one council action. So the following slides are what each department is requesting. I don't know if, in the interest of saving time, if you want me to go through each of these, or if you have specific questions. I know all of our department heads are here tonight to answer any questions that you may have. Okay.
It's in the request for council action, going down into the areas where various departments are asking for increases to where is it? For vehicle replacement. And I'm just, my question on it is consideration being given in some of these vehicle replacements to using electric or hybrid vehicles, because there are grants and things available for that. Since I sit on the air quality management thing, I'm finding all sorts of grant funding available for things like riding lawnmowers and such.
I know that for
I've been behind you.
I know, I'm going to answer what I know first.
Okay.
I know that for code enforcement, the interest is to get electric trucks, Ford
Okay.
F-150 electric. I think they're called Lightning or something like that. That's what they're interested in doing. For the others, I could not answer, but I know we have AQMD money, which is probably usable for that.
I'll answer this in a general way. Where the vehicle fits the necessity of the use, we are looking at that. As you recall, with the vehicles that we requested from you a couple of months ago, we were looking at alternative fuel and electric vehicles. So yes, we do that on a regular basis. as long as the performance of the vehicle isn't hindered by its alternative fuel.
That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions right now? I would like to keep going, and then as she's going, maybe the department heads could answer any questions that come along.
You want me to keep going through the slides? Okay. For human resources under their employee services program, they are proposing to add a position of one temporary part-time office specialist confidential to assist in processing invoices, assisting active and retiree employees with reimbursements and other clerical duties. With it being a part-time and temporary, it's not something that will necessarily be ongoing unless it's approved by council in the following year. So if it's not, it wouldn't be laying somebody off. It would just be the end of their assignment. For the police department, under their investigations program, they are proposing to reclassify one vacant part-time property and evidence technician to a full-time property and evidence technician. The investigations program does have enough salary savings that we're not asking for any funding for it, but because it's changing a position from part-time to full-time, it does require council action to change the approved budget or the approved positions list for the city. Under the fire department, their EMS operations program, they are proposing to increase mutual aid overtime, as we've discussed, to cover the mutual aid due to higher than normal fire season. A portion of these expenses have already incurred. What we're looking to do is to right size the budget. They are upside down. They're looking to right size plus add some for any unforeseen costs that may come up between now and June 30th. It is proposed to convert one battalion chief vehicle to provide separation of contaminated PPE from the driver's compartment and add space for new technologies. Another one of their requests is to propose increase to their peak demand overtime to continue to provide medic squad services year round. Fire is also proposing to replace one Type 1 fire engine that is over 15 years old and has hundreds of thousands of hours of engine use and over 150,000 miles on it. Although it is not expected that the engine would be delivered prior to year end, as we know, they have very, very long lead times. We still have not received the last engine we ordered. The long lead times for such equipment justify the request to commit mid-year and not wait the additional 5 months to begin the process. And this would be funded through Measure U fund balance. Fire is proposing to change all suppression personnel helmets, 50 of them, into NFPA compliant helmets. I do not know what that acronym stands for, but I know the chief is here. It is proposed, they're also proposing to purchase 3 sets of structural firefighting personal protective equipment for the fire team. In the library, under the administration program, the library is proposing to pay an unfunded retirement liability for SBCERA from the city's portion of Inland Library System, which was a JPA that the city joined in 1977. This need arises from recent notification that the JPA was dissolved and all the member agencies need to pay off their share of liability. So I believe it's retirement liability that we need to pay off. It is something that is necessary to do. I believe Kathy has more information on that if you have questions about it. Under their support services program, they are proposing to add one part-time library assistant to assist in coverage once the library opens full-time. Under community development in the building program, all 4 of these are all proposing to increase city contract services for plan check, whether it's with CSG consultants, with 4-leaf. They also use 4-leaf for inspections and for HR Green inspections as well. And all of these go hand in hand with the offset of the revenue to pay for this. So once the work is done, we're entitled to that revenue and we collect it from a deposit that's already been paid. Under Public Works and their Parks program, they are proposing to increase the water utility budget. This is to meet the demand of water due to the ongoing drought. We did have a very hot summer to start the year. We don't know what the future year or future months are going to look like, but we're expecting more water usage. They're also proposing to increase contract services for trees that are over 50 feet. 50 feet. When tree trimming where city trucks are unable to safely reach. They are proposing to increase contractor services for tree inventory, and I believe this is in line with this, one of the strategic plan goals. We're proposing to install new satellite-based irrigation controllers at Weston Park, Gibble Park, and Spencer Park. Current systems require a person to drive to each park to adjust timers. With a satellite-based controller, they can adjust everything from a computer, whether it's an office or a remote computer. They are also proposing to replace one riding mower that experienced catastrophic failure. The mower is no longer in service, so they only have one left. And the second one is also being proposed to be replaced because it is reaching its end of life and is beginning to fail. It is the only riding mower that is currently in service in the city. Should it fail, the city will have to make an emergency purchase if rental equipment is not a feasible option. For the Public Works Engineering Development Program, again, they're proposing to increase contract services to offset or to assist with increased development. The revenue offset would pay for this. On the non-general fund side, staff is requesting to begin the process to replace several vehicles. In all of the cases described in the following slides, funding exists within the equipment replacement fund. So money's already been set aside. All we're asking is for a supplemental appropriation to spend that money to replace those vehicles. They do have very long lead times. I believe Ford has a lead time of 4 to 6 months. So they'd like to get the process started sooner rather than later so they can put those vehicles into use in the new year or starting in the new year. And those are 1 vehicle for building and 3 trucks for code enforcement. Those trucks, I believe, are all somewhere between 10 and 11 years old. In the lighting and landscape district, staff is working on ways to reduce water consumption in the parks, mainly due to drought control measures and to limit the increased cost and consumption of water related to the drier than usual first few months of the fiscal year. And I believe this is related to what Lynn was mentioning earlier. The water department has also requested to change one of the lists on their authorized list of positions. There is a need to replace 1 vacant maintenance worker 1 to a water distribution operator 1. There is no cost involved. Both positions are in the same salary range. All they need is to remove the maintenance worker, add the water distribution operator so they can hire according to their needs in the division. And so this is where the vehicles are. This is the one for building. And again, the long lead times is why they're asking to start the process now. And this is the one for the 3 vehicles in code compliance, long lead times, and they're looking at electric trucks on these. Under the assessment districts, they're proposing to increase contractor service for the tree inventory. It's part of the strategic plan. It's tied to the request on the park side, but this is the non-general fund portion of it. They are also proposing to replace one stolen utility tractor. So the tractor was stolen. We submitted for reimbursement. We received the reimbursement. So we have the funds to do it, but we need the supplemental appropriation to move forward with the purchase of the tractor. They're also proposing to increase the water utility budget in the Emerson district due to unexpected break in the main line resulting in excessive water loss. And they're proposing to increase professional services in the Rancho Diamante district, which is a newly formed CFD. The funds were collected through a deposit. This is just right sizing the budget so we can pay the invoices for the formation. In the storm drain program, they are proposing to install new satellite-based irrigation controllers at Mary Henley Park for the same reasons as the other parks, so they're not driving around, they can control it from a computer, but this is the non-general fund side. In streets, they are proposing to replace one pickup truck. It is over 20 years old. It can no longer pass smog and parts have become obsolete. They also have funding set aside in equipment replacement that would allow that. We are just asking for the supplemental appropriation. And in water, I believe we already talked about this one, is the position for the maintenance worker. Under fleet maintenance, they are proposing to increase the supply budget for fuel, oil, tire, and parts because of the logistics issues that the supply chain issues that we're having. Prices are going up and they need additional funding to continue operations and keep our police cars, our fire vehicles, our code vehicles all on the road. They're also proposing to replace one CNG tank on a 2007 auto car dump truck, which has reached the end of its certified life expectancy. If it qualifies, we can pay that out of AQMD funds, which we have plenty of as well. And under finance, under the administration program, finance is proposing to increase contract services with Harris and Associates for AB 1600 reporting. AB 1600 reporting essentially is a report that needs to be done at least every 5 years that tells, I don't know who honestly, what we use our diff funds for and what the plans are to use our diff funds. And if we don't have proper plans to use our diff funds, then we're supposed to refund them back to whoever paid them. And so we need to make sure that we get our reporting done. The 5 years is up this year. And so we're asking to add that so they can get started on that process. The funding will come from the diff funds themselves. So we can justify using diff funds to pay it. It's not a general fund cost. And those are all of my, that's all my presentation. So we are asking for direction or action on 2 separate items. One is the position in the city treasurer's office, and the other is the balance of the list of items that are on the staff report for consideration.
Any questions? Thank you, Lorena. Any questions or comments?
Why do we need an assistant in the Treasury Department when we don't have a treasurer that comes to work? Or I don't know if that's valid or not, but.
So the requests for mid-year were provided to all operations. I know that the treasurer had requested that, and we gave her the process by which she could request that because the position wasn't included in her budget. So that was a request that came from her. And so we wanted to make sure that from a staff level, we weren't removing that, but we were giving the opportunity to council to weigh in on that. So that's why it is before you tonight.
That it's in her budget?
It's not in her budget. So that's why it needed to be added to the budget because the personnel was identified at the beginning of the fiscal year. And there was only one position that was allocated there at that time.
Any other comments or questions about that?
All of the staffing adjustments presented by the other departments came with justification that seemed logical and made sense as far as what they were anticipating doing, such as transitioning a part-time evidence technician to a vacant part-time to a full-time. And I'm just using that as one that popped into my head that I recall, but all of the presentations that Lorena walked us through had some degree of explanation of why the request was being made. Unless I missed it, I didn't see that for the assistant request for the treasurer.
I've asked my questions. I see no reason why another person is needed in the city treasurer's office without justification. So
They need a motion, right? Or just direction?
Direction on that, whether to include it with the additional mid-year adjustments that were included in what Lorena reported. If the council would like to include that, you would just need to amend the motion to include that. It isn't included in the recommended actions for the council.
would you like two motions or one motion that includes both of them?
That would work.
That would work.
That would work.
Either one or the last one.
The last one would work.
Okay, I will make a motion to deny the request for the city treasurer's office and to approve the balance that is in the report.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Motion made by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Mails. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0 as amended.
Thank you, council.
Our next item is 15H, discussion of the Section 115 trust.
I promise this one is shorter.
All good stuff.
Okay.
Okay. The discussion of the Section 115 trust is in line with the strategic plan, and it falls under organizational effectiveness. One of the strategic plan goals was to provide council with a policy for dealing with OPEB and PERS costs. The city's single highest cost of its operating budget is the cost of personnel. Personnel costs include salaries, fringe benefits, retirement plans, and healthcare options. The city of Hemet has 2 pension accounts with PERS, one for public safety or sworn personnel, and one for miscellaneous employees. As of July 20th of 2020, the actuarial report that was sent to the city reported a liability of 72.6 million in public safety and 37.2 million in miscellaneous. PERS accounts are funded by employer and employee contributions and by investment earnings on those contributions. Hemet also carries a liability for what is called other post-employment benefits, or OPEB. Until 1998, the city offered employees lifetime medical benefits when they retired from the city. The city currently has approximately 245 retirees that receive this benefit. Every 2 years, evaluation and report is done on that future liability. And the last valuation report completed effective January 1st of 2021 showed that the city had a liability of $50.9 million for OPEB. So this is on top of the other 2. So why are we talking about this? Last year, and for the benefit of some of the council members that were not on council last year, on November 10th of 2020, staff presented council with options for funding the city's current unfunded liabilities related to PERS retirement funds and other post-employment benefits, or OPEB. At that meeting, council and city staff discussed the items on how to address the PERS liability. And there's different ways to approach it. One of the ways is by pre-funding PERS, sending additional payments to PERS above and beyond our annual required contribution, but those contributions are subject to their rate of return on their investments obtained on normal annual payments. If PERS doesn't achieve their rate of return, the city essentially loses that money and the unfunded liability continues to grow. Another way to address it is to issue pension obligation bonds. Although pension obligation bonds have been used by agencies in the past, financial experts, including the GFOA, or the Government Finance Officers Association, strongly discourages the use of this approach as it only delays and compounds the inevitable fiscal impacts. Bonds pay off the unfunded liability, but it pays it off at a specific point in time. So it would not protect the city from any additional unfunded liability that would build up with PERS should they continue to fall short on their rate of return. Another option would be to work with employee bargaining units to increase the employee share of their pension contributions. This requires discussions with bargaining groups through meet and confer process. And there are limitations because PEPRA employees their maximum contribution is capped at 50% of the employer cost. So even if we ask them to pay a portion of it, they can't because they're already maxed out. So it would limit us to only classic members. And as people start to retire and new people come in and they're all PEPRA members, that benefit goes away. Another option is to establish a section 115 trust fund. A few years ago, a private letter ruling was sent out from the IRS that established that under Section 115 of the Internal Revenue Code, public agencies or municipalities could create a separate trust to pre-fund its CalPERS unfunded liability. This would provide an alternative to sending those funds to CalPERS and would provide greater local control over the assets and the investment portfolio management. At that meeting on November 10th, council directed staff to research establishing a Section 115 trust and to bring it back for consideration. Council was very clear that investing in retirement bonds or increasing contributions to CalPERS were not desired options. CalPERS is very conservative in their investment strategy, and that doesn't always give them the best rate of return. Council also discussed whether it was beneficial to invest all of its unreserved fund balance into a Section 115 trust and discussed the other priorities that the city has and other needs that the city has, and at that time, some of the discussions were the needs for public safety, the needs to improve our roads or to repair our roads, things like that. So fast forward to today. My purpose in this is to show you what unfunded liability has done, where we're going, and options on how to fund such a trust fund. So historically, the annual payments for the unfunded liability portion of PERS costs has increased 3.2 million over the last 5 years. So from 17-18 to 18-19, we saw an increase of $1.4 million. That is somewhat an anomaly, and I'll explain it in a minute. From 18-19 to 19-20, an increase of 309,000, and so on. Each year you see an increase to bring us to a total of nearly 3.2 million. The anomaly that happened in 18-19 was a combination of two things. PERS has started to decrease their discount rate. So they went in 17-18 from 7.5% to 7.35% in 18-19. The other big change that the city experienced is that 2 years prior, because all of our actuarials from CalPERS are 2 years delayed, 2 years prior, council directed staff to change the amortization of our unfunded liability from a 30-year program to a 20-year program. And so what that did was it really escalated at the front end our payments. And then in the latter years, we'll start to see a decrease, but we're not there yet. We're still on the upward trend of that. In addition, normal costs or the pay-as-you-go part of PERS has increased by another $1.1 million. So in 17-18, our total PERS costs, normal cost plus unfunded liability for the city was $8.1 million. The total PERS cost for 2021 was $12.4 million. This does include any salary increases that employees have received at least 2 years prior, as well as any positions that were added through Measure U. So what's next? Staff is looking at ways of how to fund a Section 115 trust, and if the council is interested in establishing a policy for funding. Some of the options that we have are to use seed money from unreserved fund balance to start the trust, then make annual contributions based on specific council approved criteria. The general fund has an estimated $11 million in unreserved fund balance, with another $11 million in unreserved fund balance in Measure U as of June 30th of 2021. And in your packet, there were some sample policies. The city of Temecula's policy is in there, and they were one of the cities that have implemented such a policy. Another option would be to contribute a percentage of a given year's realized year-end surplus to address pension liability. So for example, if the council adopted a funding policy that allocated 50% of surplus revenues to be deposited in a trust, the scenario would play out as follows. If revenues at year end are $500,000 above projections and department expenditures end the year with savings of an additional $500,000, the year end surplus would be $1 million. If the policy is that you would fund the trust with 50% of that, then 500,000 would go towards the trust and the other 500,000 would fall into unreserved fund balance. Another option would be to earmark a portion of local sales tax, so the Bradley-Burn sales tax, to be set aside for unfunded pension liabilities. This would be integrated into the annual budget as a line item, just so we know that this has to be done every year. So whatever our Bradley Burns projection is, then we take whatever council's direction is and we budget on the expenditure side. This is how much we need to send to the trust. And the last option is to use ongoing savings from prepaying CalPERS unfunded liability. So the city historically has prepaid the unfunded liability. We've been doing this for about, I want to say 6 years now. That generates a savings of, depending on where we are, somewhere between $200,000 and $400,000 a year. If council were to say we want to use those savings to fund the trust, we wouldn't have a net savings, because we would take what we used to take as a savings and now use it to fund the trust. So that is all I have for you. I do have several sample policies, including a potential sample policy for the city of Hemet in your agenda packet, and I am open for any questions or discussion.
Thank you once again, Lorena. Council, any comments?
I think it's a great idea, and I think it's something we have to really seriously look at. Question is, did we not set up something like this on OPEB several years ago?
We did, but it's only for OPEB. So this.
What?
For OPEB?
For OPEB, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, it works.
It works, but we don't have, our funding mechanism for that was to take fund balance. And as that depletes, we're not going to have anything to continue funding it. But as of December 31st, we have about $2.2 million in that fund. We started it with $750,000 in seed money. And each year we have taken $200,000 out of fund balance to contribute toward it. So it has grown significantly.
Well, however we do it, I think we definitely need to do something like this because, yeah, giving it, prepaying CalPERS is not a winning situation. So that's my piece.
I agree with that. I think one of the things that local government hears the most complaints about from people that are paying attention to city finances is the unfunded PERS liability and the need to do something about that because it keeps growing. That's probably second to complaints about potholes in the streets that you hear a lot about. But I think we definitely would be in our best interest to establish a Section 115 trust. And I like aspects of each of the options. And again, maybe we take a smorgasbord approach to that and use one of the options for seed money and then look at some of the other options, optional ways of contributing to it, even to the point of saying that on a year-by-year basis, we might do more of one and less of another, depending on what the fiscal situation in the city looks like. So, but I definitely support the idea of establishing the trust, and I'm open to staff recommendations about the best way to get it started.
Excess, right?
Correct.
If we said 50% of that, 5.5 went into this trust, is that what we're talking about?
It's whatever amount council determines is. And you
that's
also
what
have to remember that if you want to do it fairly across the board, you have employees that are paid out of streets, that are paid out of water, that are paid out of sewer. And so you would take a portion from each of those. So it would be a percentage that is proportionate to where our employees are paid out of.
Mayor, the answer to that question is yes. That's exactly what we're talking about. How would that, what would the funding be if the council desired that?
Yeah, I think 50% would be too big of a bite because we've talked about spending fund balance a number of different ways in the meeting tonight on different agenda items. So
I think we should stay away from fund balances and maybe do it with general fund and the number 4 option you had.
The CalPERS savings from the prepayment.
So with that being said, is it an option to do how you said it can come out of the water fund because based on where those employees are? Is that another option, or is that how it would happen?
Council's desire, whatever council's desire is, my recommendation would be that it is spread across all the funds that pay where that is permissible. There are some funds such as CDBG that does not permit things like that to be paid out of. Streets I'll have to look into, but the majority of it will come from general fund because that's our biggest portion of salary costs.
So Mayor, if I could add something too, there's kind of 2 tracks here. There's kind of the initial startup seed money concept that I hear some council members talking about. That's one kind of way to establish it. kind of like the, getting at the start line. The other component is the ongoing investment that gets essentially put into the section 115. So it could be theoretically that, let's say there's a determination of X amount of dollars of seed money that the council could theoretically determine. And then on an ongoing basis, the continued funding of that could be the savings from the prepayment of the PERS. It could be a combination of, and I'm just going to throw something out there, 20% of any surplus that is experienced at the end of the fiscal year. So you're looking at starting it up as number one. And then the second part would be, what do you do on an ongoing basis to fund that? If you look at the city of Temecula, they've clearly articulated that, in times of an abundance of revenues to be able to fund that, then they do make that determination. And the times where a city has to, tighten its belt and, maybe doesn't have that opportunity to do that, then they don't do that. But it is something that, seed money is kind of one question to answer. And then the second is essentially, how do you keep that going on an ongoing basis? And oftentimes a council may have concerns about the opportunity costs with plugging something at the front side of a budget. So for instance, saying at the beginning of the budget year, I'm going to take $500,000 and allocate that to the trust. There's some potential heartburn to say, well, I'd much rather fund 3 positions of this or do an extra amount of fill in the blank, traffic control, whatever it is. But at the end of the year, if you identify some dollar amount of surplus funds, whether it's a percentage based or a certain dollar amount, it helps alleviate the council on the front side to say, well, we're going to allocate the funding to the section 115 in lieu of other priorities that the council has. So at the beginning of the year, you start off with the anticipation that you're going to spend all that money. But if you don't, you identify that at the end of that year, a certain percentage of that surplus does get put into the section 115 to fund it on an ongoing basis.
I personally like that approach better than front loading it, because the budget is presented based on projections, and at the end of the year you have actuarial, so you really have a better idea of your ability to contribute to the trust. So that makes a lot more sense. And it's essentially, because if there's surplus revenue, that's basically where I'm losing my, what's the term that we're talking about? No, not the fund balance. That's where the fund balance comes from. So, it just makes sense to do it at the end of the year, because taking a portion of that helps. That's a more prudent use than just banking the fund balance, because, and the other thing to consider too, if we're successful in the recruitments, that's an additional PERS liability that comes with every new hire. So it's just going to grow. And if we're not feeding that animal as it grows, it gets out of control.
Council can also establish a minimum and a maximum contribution amount. So you could say that the minimum contribution has to be X amount of dollars, whether it's $1 or 0 or 100,000. And with a maximum saying that it'll be 20% of any surplus. But in a year where you need that surplus for something else that was possibly unforeseen, then that minimum applies. And you say, okay, well, we're not going to do the 20%. We're only going to do the minimum and use the rest of it to take care of this other need.
That's the flexibility that's
right
built into the Temecula.
Yes, and the city of Alameda has that as well.
Yeah, I like that kind of flexibility and option, because we never know. I mean, we make educated guesses, but it's like predicting the weather. You get good at it, but you get fooled once in a while too. So I like having flexibility.
I was just asking, are we able to start this trust with any ARPA money, or does it have to come from general fund? Or from some
We
other
would
source?
probably want to research some of those implications with legal. I don't know if he knows off the top of his head.
Paying pension obligations, I think, is one of the few things we're not allowed to spend it on. But we can actually, absolutely touch base with finance about it just to double check that. But I'm pretty sure the answer is no.
Is this a 115 that we can set up ourselves, or do we go through PARS to do it?
We can go through PARS because we already have an existing account with them, or because it's been several years since we established it. And there are now more options for Section 115 trust. We can go out for RFP to see where we could possibly get a better rate of, because they have fees.
Yeah, they have fees.
And so we want to make sure that if we're going to pay fees, that we're getting the best bang for our buck.
I noticed that I think it's Alameda mentions PARS. Temecula just doesn't, as far as I could see.
No, and Temecula's policy is strictly their funding policy.
Yeah.
And that's what I really like about it, because their policy is going to be their policy regardless of who they go with. And that's what we're seeking to do, is
Okay.
to establish just the funding policy. And then we can come back in a future meeting to discuss who to fund the trust with.
So with that being said, Mayor, what we're looking for from the staff perspective is direction on specifics so that we can bring back, if the council's interested, a draft funding policy. And based on what we talked about, those parallel tracks, the seed money as one concept that Temecula has identified in theirs, and then the ongoing revenue stream, which I heard Councilmember Brown state, realizing the portion of surplus at the end of a fiscal year to fund it, on an ongoing basis. So, and then I know Lorena mentioned, at minimums, what that dollar amount might be. So that's really what we're looking for tonight, so that we can bring forward a policy to the council that embodies the particulars that the council would like in that policy related to funding. S-
20%.
There a minimum seed? Okay, because I'm looking at
Not that I'm
Temecula's, and I'm
aware
going,
of.
oh, that's kind of nice.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
They establish some minimums and maximums for either contributions, the annual contributions, and on the expenditure side for when we're actually drawing down to smooth our payments in future years, which is something we have not done yet with the OPEB trust.
What's the magic number, you guys? 20%? 30?
I'd rather start lower.
Whatever, 45.
500,000.
Whatever the percentage is to, I don't know what.
Do you want to just copy Temecula?
They've got 26% unless it's, and then it's 30%, but they have 8 million deposit. That's kind of nice. So I don't know. It's random. Pick two numbers, right? 20% and 30%, 20% and 25%, 15% and 20%.
So what we could do, if the council gives, let's say there's two numbers, let's say 20% and 30%, we could develop a draft policy and then give you an example of what a year might look like if a surplus was 1 million, 2 million, 100,000. So the council gets an idea of what that looks like. We could do that.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah. Could we have a bigger spread though?
So what's the spread that the council's looking for?
About, yeah.
15 and 30%. of surplus is what I'm hearing. And then what that means,
Actually means in
what the dollar
dollars.
amount is. And then if the council is interested in starting that up with a seed dollar amount, is there a dollar amount that the council wants to provide to us so that we can put it up in a policy?
I
as
like,
a
I
draft?
like Joe's 500,000.
500,000?
Write the check
Have his ears on. I know he hears me.
The batteries died. The batteries died.
I'm okay with 500,000.
Yeah, we did 750 on OPEB, so 500 I think is a doable.
500,000 from the general fund.
So if I got 15 or 30% on the city's surplus, and then I heard 500,000 is seed money to get it started. So we will take the information, we'll plug it into a draft policy, and then bring that back to council to, get to more into the details.
And with included in that, we'll have the freedom to say, no, we don't want to do this 15 or 30%.
Absolutely.
So we're not locked in anything, like no matter what.
No.
We don't have any money left over. We don't have any money left over.
Yeah. And so we're going to give that back to the council to see what that looks like, run some scenarios and give an idea to the council of what that looks like. All right.
Do I have a motion? Do we need a motion?
I think I gathered the direction by consensus. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Lorena.
Good report. Thank you.
We now will move to city council staff reports, and I guess with respect to time,
My comments, so we can end on the same day that we started.
I just want to say one thing, and because a few of the people here may want to participate in this. I was in a meeting today with Hemet Unified and some other nonprofit groups and whatever. And there's an event coming up called the Day of the Child. And it will be on April 16th in the morning. And it's the type of thing where CFLC will be there, other nonprofits dealing with children will be there. They'll give demonstrations, and I'm thinking that police and fire and maybe Public Works, the library, all of these entities from the cities could have a booth there with information and outreach to children in our valley. So that's
Where's that going to be located?
I think they're going to have it at Alessandro, but I'm not 100% sure of the location yet, but it's going to be outdoors. And they were just talking about it today, and I went, oh, police, fire, library, I mean, all of these things that we can be involved in with an outreach to the kids. That's all I have a lot more, but I'm not going to. You were going to give me one of those?
I was in the planning commission, and I was amazed how they basically work together with the builders and the community, and trying to get everything straightened out and the community to go for a 8 a.m. p.m. gas station car wash, and how they came back and they worked with them, with the community, and added certain things, and added a higher wall, added wing walls and everything else, and how the planning commission brought them together and basically came out with something positive. So it was good.
Are you guys interested in participating in a water conservation thing? It's like some kind of national water conservation. I guess it would just be to show efforts of that. I heard some talks about our water department trying to figure out some water conservation. I think that would count if those types of things were in the works. Okay. I don't.
They're not gonna know who's in the shower though.
Well, since I live alone, you're right. They're not gonna know who's in the shower. But yeah.
Just told us. Okay. With that being said, city manager.
Just one brief one. I wanted to give a shout out to Corporal Marshall and then Matt Hyatt. I did go on a ride along Thursday evening and spent some time with some of our great officers that were out there. So just wanted to give thanks to the group of fine police officers that were out serving the community Thursday evening. Thank you, Mayor.
And then so for 17 future agenda items, do any of our city councils have any requests for future agenda items?
I did, but I forgot what it was. And I'll tell you next time. I do want to add one thing. If we all hold Carly up in our prayers, she's got a few rough days coming in front of her, and prayers work. So,
Yes.
prayers work.
And then, well,
And I don't see Lynn in the audience, but I wanted to say kudos to city staff for the promptness with which they address issues reported on See-Click Fix. I think that that's a good program, and what makes it really good is the ease of reporting, but what makes it superior is the swiftness of things getting addressed. So compliments to staff for that.
are we using the information that's on there to kind of develop like problem areas?
Question. Yeah. And the quality of life team has been developing hotspot maps, heat maps of where the problem areas are so that the staff can be proactive versus reactive. So some of the things we can do on the front side instead of waiting for a response or a complaint to come in. So yes, absolutely.
Okay. So then item number 18, adjournment. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next city council meeting on Tuesday, February 8th. Thank you for joining us tonight.